Hello. That's how my mom answers the phone every time. Hello. 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 What is up, y'all? All right. Let's get started. Let's go. Let's go, girls. Da 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 da. Okay. All right. One moment. Just got to finish pulling up all my tabs. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Here we go. Pull up your pants. I'm wearing a tennis skirt. It's a no pants day. What's funny is a song will play from an artist and someone in chat will be like, oh, have you listened to this album? I'll be like, who's that? Yes. I love people who are like, you have great music taste though. Thank you. I appreciate that. So tomorrow I'm making a grand return to softball. I'm playing softball again tomorrow. Which will be interesting because I haven't played in years. I'm not in the best shape. I'm going to try not to get injured. Will Dylan O'Brien be there? Maybe, unless he's filming something. Let's see. Does anyone know? Usually those guys are there unless they're filming stuff, which is often because they're big actors who are always filming things. Apparently we're short people tomorrow. So I texted the Aussie guys to see if they wanted to play softball. They said that they're flying out tonight, but also who knows because Microsoft crashed because they were doing an update or something, and it has caused so many flights to be derailed, which seems like a bad thing that Microsoft has that much control. So it's a question of like, flights saying that they're still on track, but are they really? Largest outage in the history of IT. Wild. It wasn't Microsoft, it was CrowdStrike. Okay. I didn't read into the full... Okay. I didn't read into the full story. Everybody's telling me it's CrowdStrike. No, it's not Microsoft. Okay, well, anyway. Microsoft is innocent. All right, I'll write a letter of apology. Dear Microsoft, I'm sorry. Dear Microsoft, I wrote you. Yeah, so I'm doing that tomorrow. I need to stretch for like an hour, which probably won't happen. And I probably will be sore for like 2 weeks. To be fair, the FTC is investigating Microsoft for more antitrust stuff. Okay, so we're back to not defending Microsoft. Apparently, it was the guy's first day, at least according to his Twitter post. Wait, what? Like an intern or something? Are you sure it wasn't one of those joke posts where people will be like, hey guys, it's my first day working for CrowdStrike. I'm really excited. Hopefully nothing bad happens. It's like when a celebrity or, you know, a public figure gets outed for being a horrible piece of shit, and people will do the post of like, hey, I'm so excited to do, I just joined the PR team for insert celebrity's name who's just gotten exposed. Pooh Crave is taking over the internet. My life was hell today because of the outage. Yeah, I mean, look, when you have thousands of flights amongst other huge outages, it's a big problem. If there's one thing that people love, it's being stuck in an airport when it's absolute chaos. I got selected for a second round interview, but then I found out it's a pyramid scheme. I mean, a job's a job, right? Just get into those MLMs, girly. D. Nelly, thank you for the 3 months. Get your Mary Kay bag. Anyway, update for anyone who's like, where's Will Neff? Because Will does not update his Discord. I am so much. I hope my community does appreciate that I do always try to update you guys on things, even when I'm not gone for a month. But I will provide an update that we booked his flight today. We booked his return flight. He will be back. Farley will be back Sunday evening and back to streaming on Monday. Will started working. Yeah, exciting news. Will started working for CrowdStrike today. It was his first day. And his last day. Is Will doing all right? Yeah, he's doing well. He's been keeping up Farley's training. He said Farley gave out halfway through their training today, so Will had to pick him up and run the rest of the way home. Morale is good. Morale is high. He will be back on Sunday, but it's still like after that, things are still kind of up in the air because we are waiting to see next steps with his mom. So, but that being said, he will be returning in a couple days. How old is Farley? He's going to be 5 on 9/11. You thought Will was at the RNC since he was converted? Oh yeah, he's full MAGA now. Full hog. Drill, baby, drill. Build the wall. A goddamn patriot. You know, people can change. It was the shirt rip, wasn't it? It literally was. He came into chat last night after Hulk Hogan ripped his shirt and he said, I'm sorry, Caroline, but that was it. That's all it takes. All it takes is one Hulk Hogan shirt rip. Got my vote. Still love how Trump blew Hulk a kiss and not his own kid. Dude, I was actually... I watched this so many times and I felt so bad for Tiffany. Look, Tiffany is part of the Trump family, okay? She, she's made her choices for being a part of this family. However, there is still something that is so sad when you are reminded of how little Donald Trump cares about his children, besides Ivanka. He doesn't give a fuck about them, especially kids like Tiffany, who aren't in his main trio. Like, I also saw a photo of Eric, Dawn, and Ivanka, and they were all three like, woo, huddled together, celebrating. And Tiffany is on the outside, like she's kind of looking at them like, yay, I'm part of the family too. No, girl, you might be part of the family by name. You ain't in it though. Look at this. Oh my God. Oh, it's so embarrassing. It's so sad. It's so sad. It's so sad. Like, this is how it's always been. And it's worse. It's worse when the cameras aren't even there. But the cameras are there. They're the RNC. And Trump cares so little. He does not need to, he really doesn't need to like keep up with the pretense that he loves all his children, that he's a family man, blah, blah, blah. So that's why he's not conscious of making sure that he seems as if he cares about his children. Like, and then of course though, he'll blow Hulk Hogan a kiss. He'll kiss the helmet that's representing Corey Compatory. Yeah, no. It's a reminder, like, of all the terrible things that Trump does, like the terrible person that he is. There's just so much terribleness. Moments like this, snubbing his daughter, you're just reminded of how awful this guy is. Melania did snub him later that night. That's true. That is true. Melania was like, no, that's not in the contract. Would you rather be Tiffany or Ivanka? I mean, that's a hard question to ask, because if I'm Ivanka, then my dad wants to have sex with me. But also, Ivanka has a ton of power, a ton of wealth outside of just inherited wealth. So who would I rather be? I'd rather be the ear bandage on Donald Trump's ear. Fuck, marry, kill. I shall not. I have no problem in demeaning myself in other ways. I shall not even speak that into existence. Actually, who's more likely to die if I have sex with them? Probably Trump. Caroline, I'm confused. I'm not seeing the Carolyn bandage in the auction items yet. Oh, yes. For Sea Dog VA's auction, which is happening. That is because he was worried that it would overshadow the other auction items. You know, a lot of people donated items, and we didn't want this to be like awkward. I guess I'll say, yeah, because it's one of those things where my ear bandage would have gone for more than Pokemon's gaming session. $96 MKV. Thank you for the 5 months. Do you think he changes it? Yes. And I also wish he would like throw the old ear bandage into the crowd. You know what I mean? Really, just if we're going for full showman here, go full showman. Throw the old bandage into the crowd and let people fight for it like it's a bouquet that the bride is throwing at a wedding. I want to see that. Yeah, sign it, give it a kiss, toss it into the crowd, let the crowd go wild. What's this Army Hammer cannibal stuff? Where have you been for the last couple of years? I always love when someone is hearing of something for the first time. Mobile chatter for like 4 years or however long, it's 3 years. But yeah, Army's back in the conversation, back in the headlines because he's been making the rounds. He did Bill Maher's show of podcast, of course, because Bill Maher has now taken it upon himself to be the voice for unfairly canceled men, to fight the the woke PC crowd. And then he just did Piers Morgan today. Bill, what a hero. What a hero. We're not going to cover Armie Hammer today, but we are going to talk about Sorry Not Sorry, which is a new documentary from the New York Times. And it details the accusations against Louis C.K. that he copped to, then he disappeared for 9 months, but then he came back and blah, 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 and how triumphant his return has been. But what's important about this documentary is despite what some reviewers with an agenda will have you think, this is not some epic attempted takedown of Louis C.K. There's no takedown. There's no takedown to be had, right? Like it doesn't work that way. But it's about allowing women whose lives were fucking ruined by what Louis did to them, and then by the response that happened after they came forward. And it's letting them like have a voice. It's letting them talk about talk about them. Anyway, I don't want to get into the full conversation now, but we will. That's on the menu for tonight. Also on the menu, we're talking about Bob Newhart. We'll talk about marketing and movies. We got gaming back on the menu, which is very exciting. Very exciting. Savory, thank you for the bits. Okay, I need to refill my Wawa. My Wawa. When are you playing the Roblox game? I don't know what that is. I've never heard of her. Okie dokie. Well, in Cody Co news, he's too busy to address anything. That's because he has been DJing. He is completing the influencer to DJ pipeline. Currently in Vegas, DJing to a crowd. You know, I just have to say, if you are looking to try and preserve your reputation and not come off as a fucking piece of shit and a douchebag, probably not great to be DJing in Vegas when everything is happening and you have said nothing whatsoever. DJ James Kennedy. You know? Like, for anyone out there who your image, your brand, who you are as a person is currently being discussed, and a lot of people are seeing you in a very bad light, not a great way to try and mitigate any of that by doing this. Look, I'm no big city PR expert. That's just a little personal advice. Yeah, he's really avoiding the shit out of it, and these people in the crowd are so uninformed. I mean, it's probably a mixture of people who are uninformed and people who don't give a fuck. Yeah. Remember, when you're accused of minors, accused of abusing minors, pull out a ukulele. Oh. End times are upon us. What does that chatter know? Katie, you silence them. What do they know? I'm just kidding. You can keep that deleted. Consider pros and cons of major decisions. True. That is for them to know and for us to not find out. What is a KJV Bible? King James Version Bible? It's LeBron's Bible. I don't know if you know this, but LeBron came out with a Bible. LeBron wrote a Bible. Pro, I get to play shitty music in Vegas. Con, everyone knows I'm a piece of shit. DJ Cody Co. Yeah. Ooh, and also them just chanting his name. Chanting his... let me just say, I know for a fact he's not a great DJ. I'm just going to say that, okay? Chanting his name just on that fact alone, very embarrassing. Is this Vegas? Yes. No time to address things, but enough time to DJ in Vegas. Yeah. I don't see the problem here. Do not see the problem. he he has a video about starting to be a DJ. You guys, there is truly a direct pipeline from being an influencer, content creator, reality star, to being a shitty DJ. It's almost like it's a requirement now. Except for DJ James Kennedy. He's the best DJ in the world. Greatest DJ who's ever DJ'd. Yeah, watch. Dr. Disrespect's about to come out as a DJ. Okay, I thought this was a good thread here. Kid Rock on stage shouting, "Fight, fight, fight," which isn't alarming at all, and the camera pans to DJ Vance. DJ Vance for your next vice president. Intoxicated Brat, thank you for the prime. No, JD, Donald Vance, bopping his head along and his wife not bopping hers at all. Usha wants no part of any of this. She's thinking, I quit my job for this, and what if I need a divorce? Okay, we're doing it again. We're doing the lib thing again, where we see a woman, especially a woman of color, who then we try and make excuses for and be like, oh, she hates it. Especially a woman of color who's highly educated. But we're doing it again. We love to do this. Remember how many times this was done with Melania? So many posts about, Melania does not want to be a part of this, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, Melania made her choices, okay? You can say that Melania hates Donald Trump, which I think objectively is true. But you can't say that Melania did not make choices to be where she is and to stay in this. Let's not act as if, yeah, I'm saying objectively. Let's not act as if Melania Trump is a victim, okay? She is an adult. She is an adult who has made her choices. Just because every interaction, like, you can read into that Melania despises Trump, doesn't mean that she despises the wealth and the power that has come from being a part of the Trump machine family. I just don't know why we still continue to do this. Why are we doing this with Usha Vance? Usha Vance is a large part of why JD is where he is now. Don't forget that. JD Vance does not get to where he is without having someone like Usha. I recommend y'all familiarize yourselves with Usha Vance's game sooner than later, because this victim to her man's ambitions you're projecting onto her will break your heart. And you know what I think this is? I think because both these two commenters are women. The one who originally posted this is a guy. So not just a woman thing, but I think what this is not wanting to believe that smart women will go along with fascism, right? Like, it's easy to go, oh, well, this woman is stupid, so no wonder she's swept up by the Trump MAGA spectacle, right? Like, this is a stupid person. But when someone is a smart person, when a woman is a smart person who's very accomplished, there's like this disconnect of wanting to turn the situation into, oh, this woman is actually victim to her man's ambition. I'll get to that article in a second. Hey, Caroline Kwan, longtime lurker, been loving the video essays lately. Any plans to do the Jay Aubrey kick streamer video? Would love to get your takes on it. Yeah, I have that in my YouTube playlist of videos that I'm just always tagging for, like, ooh, I should at some point react to this on stream. I never have, like, every day when I stream, I usually have set stories that I want to talk about, and then, like, so, you know, sometimes I'll fill in with things that I didn't necessarily plan, or, you know, people will bring things up in chat. So I do have that story pulled. I just don't know quite when I'll cover it. God, it's a heavy video, disturbing shit. Oh, great. Perfect for a fun Friday night. Okay. What you need to understand first and foremost is Usha is 10 times smarter than JD, and he will tell you this. Without her, there's no JD as the VP on the GOP ticket, less than a full term into his senator gig, and a mere 11 years out of law school, with no accomplishment other than that book. To answer Laura's question, Usha was at the white shoe law firm Munger Tolles her entire career. She was a corporate litigator. Their pay scale is public. Her clerkship bonus was probably in the low six figures. She clerked for Roberts and Kavanaugh, I believe. Understand that Usha can afford several divorces. Like, I know that Laura Bassett tweeted this as a joke. Like, being like kind of glib, whatever. But the underlying idea there that Usha is beholden to JD, that, like, she has to go along with this because she's not independently wealthy, because she's not if she doesn't go along with it, then she's going to be left out on her ass. And that's not true. That is just simply not true. Because I have to spell everything out with my previous post and JD Vance bringing their former friend after top surgery treats that she almost certainly banked tells us is what is fucking happening. Tells us is that Usha chose to become a worse person either because she believes it or it was convenient. Either way, not a victim. The damsel-ification of Usha Vance. What people project onto the world, God, I can't speak. What people project onto the would-be second lady fits a pattern of benevolent sexism about GOP wives. One of the stranger narratives to emerge from the Republican National Convention this past week is the reception of Usha Vance. Usha is married to Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, who's the pick for vice president. Should Trump and Vance win in November, Usha will be the second lady of the United States. Viewers noted that Usha's heritage and identity, Usha's parents are South Asian immigrants and she's part of Indian descent, appear to be at odds with her husband's and the larger party's politics, specifically the implicitly racist and explicitly xenophobic parts. Yeah, like being part of a party where you have people responding when finding out that the VP pick's wife is Indian by saying, oh God, he's married to a brown. Like, yeah, that's the party that she's a part of. So I understand the inclination to be like, how could this person be a part of this party that has demonstrated, like, hatred towards not her, but brown people in general? Surely she must not actually be making the decisions here. Yeah, India, famously not a place where racism exists. Usha introduced herself and her husband at the convention on Wednesday after speakers spent most of the previous day hammering home anti-immigrant rhetoric, some dipping into extremist fear-mongering and accusing immigrants of rape and murder. Classic. Despite previously insulting Trump, her husband's political stance has of late closely resembled the former president's, including anti-immigrant sentiment. Oh, you know who also previously insulted Trump? Her husband. And yet people have no problem seeing how J.D. Vance is clearly not working off of any morals or any values, but is working off of his ambitious pursuit of power. So why wouldn't you then look at Usha and see the same? She also was friends with the trans person who they turned their backs on, while previously had like brought them treats after they had top surgery. Okay, that was her friend as well. She has also insulted Trump in the past, the same way that JD has, but has now taken a different tune. While she spoke, the audience waved mass deportation signs, ostensibly not directed at her, but in support of the general anti-immigration stance of the Republican platform. Perhaps it's not surprising that far-right Republicans have begun attacking Usha and denigrating her and her husband's mixed-race family. Okay, I'm just going to take a side note. We're going to take a little detour because I tweeted about this, but last night I was deep, you guys. Deep in MAGA Twitter. So fun. It's a really fun place to be. But I was deep in MAGA Twitter, and there is so much infighting that's happening. And specifically, I was looking at Lauren Southern's posts. And the main fight, from what I gleaned, is over libs of TikTok going on this rampage against anybody who has publicly said anything bad about Trump's attempted assassination. But most of these people that she has set her sights on are minimum wage workers. For instance, an old lady who works at Home Depot who wrote on Facebook that she was sad the shooter missed. Okay. And libs of TikTok who simultaneously paints herself as queen proponent of anti-cancel culture, and that's why she goes so hard after the left, has been ruthlessly harassing and doxing these people with the intention of getting them fired and worse. So a big fight within MAGA are people like Lauren Southern who are like, you know, you're acting just like libs who love cancel culture. Like, I thought we were supposed to be the party against cancel culture. Why are you wasting time and energy going after minimum wage workers? These are people who have no authority, which is right? These are people who have no authority, rather than focusing your efforts on people in authority who say things like this. And there's people who agree with Lauren, and then there's people who MAGA who are disagreeing with Lauren, who are siding with libs of TikTok, who are like, fuck around and find out, who are saying things like, yeah, we're just giving libs a taste of their own medicine, who are, you know, effectively arguing that they still are the party against cancel culture, but this is consequences. Oh, the irony. But this is consequences because this is inciting violence. And it's also about time that these people get a taste of their own medicine. Yeah, the fascist girlies are fighting. So they're fighting over that. They are fighting over the ear bandages. And it's funny because I guess I've like missed out on this before. I just like wasn't totally aware of it before. But within MAGA, you have the same generational divide where younger MAGA think older MAGA, boomer MAGA are really cringe when they do things like wearing ear bandages. So a lot of comments that I saw about the ear bandages were coming from younger MAGA who were like, "Ugh, this is cringe boomer shit." Which, like, excuse me, let's chill with the slurs here, okay? Let's chill with the hate speech here. Calling this boomer cringe? Excuse me. Anyway, so you have younger MAGA who are like, this is fucking annoying and makes us look bad. Like, we're trying to push back on the we're not a cult. We're not a cult. And this just makes us look like a cult. So it's interesting because there's a self-awareness there. There's a self-awareness of the rightful accusations of MAGA being a cult. And so certain MAGA people are trying to like do their best to dispel the cultiness. But then other ones were like, no, I think it's being in solidarity. It's sweet. It's patriotic, like blah, blah, blah. And it's just interesting to see those divides because we also have divides like on the left, right? You have divides between liberals and leftists, between older and younger. And so seeing this happen amongst MAGA right now, it's very funny to watch. And then another thing that they're arguing over is whether or not it's good to be racist to Harmeet Dillon and Usha Vance, where some people have just gone full-throated racist, even though Harmeet Dillon has been like, so like she's been a right-wing darling when it comes to tackling legal cases that legal cases that involve that involve MAGA people being prosecuted for illegal action. She's just, I mean, just a whole list of things that she's done to help Trump and help the Republican Party, like proving herself basically that she's a faithful soldier. And she spoke at the RNC, and the response to it, because she is, she had her headscarf on. She is from India, and she's Sikh, I believe. And anyway, of course, the response has been like totally racist. And then Usha Vance, of course, who is JD Vance's wife, who's Indian. And so now the debate is like, hey, these people are on our side. It's the same with Nikki Haley, Nimrata. Yeah. Yeah, like super duper duper MAGA people who just can't help with the racism, even when it's somebody who's on their side, like still call Nikki Haley Nimrata in a derogatory way. Is she the one who did the prayer at the RNC? Yes, she did the prayer at the RNC as as a way for the RNC to show, see, like we have diversity of religion. We're the party that's accepting to all religions, all sexualities, like all races, all. I feel like we're becoming the divide states of America. Oh, we've been there. We have been there. Everything is just blood sport. Want to hear the bar I just dropped? Are you starting your music career? That was the wait, let's go back. Let me go. Oh, I'm so proud. That was great. It was amazing. Thank you for sharing your art with us. Thank you for sharing your art with the class. Something leopard, something. Yes. Leopards eating my face. So, anywho, that is currently what's going on in the MAGA world, the online MAGA world. Don't worry. I spent like 2 hours looking at all of it last night, so you don't have to. But I'm coming back to report that they are fighting over the ear bandages. They are fighting over being racist to people who are so on their side. They are fighting over doxing minimum wage workers. And I love that the people who are against this stuff are doing it from a, we're not the libs. You're acting like libs. Like the whole argument rests on not being the libs. Like, we are better than this. We're better than them. That's why we're right. You guys are acting like them. Uh-huh. Isn't that funny? But that is how fucking racist so many of these people are. That they can't help but to be unbelievably racist, even when the people they're being racist towards are firmly on their side. Like, they're part of the team. They're running the team. Let's be clear about that. They're running the team. The perceived conflict between Usha's background and Republican politics has created another reaction too, one steeped in a particular stripe of sexism, that Usha is somehow a victim or reluctant participant in, if not a hostage to, her husband's political ambitions. Some political reporters have started to read her body language, surmising that she's uneasy or unwilling to be in this body position. I think people who do body language readings like this should stop. I'll just say that. Just stop. How about that? You're not a body language expert. And even if you call yourself a body language expert, just stop, okay? Because what you're doing instead is you're trying to fit a narrative. You're trying to fit your narrative. You're trying to make something that it is not. It's fucking bullshit, honestly. I kind of feel like I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but generally I think body language, like the world of body language experts, is bullshit. I just think that what happens is people use something like body language to fulfill what they want to believe. Like, you don't want to believe that Usha Vance is is making her decisions, is absolutely culpable, is a part of this because she wants to. And so you'll do something like read body language to fit your belief that she's not a part of it. Ah, God damn it. Small f. As long as it's a small f. Small f, I'm okay. Just a way to post hoc rationalize whatever your opinion about a person is. The Daily Beast took one moment of Usha looking at her husband during the convention and came to the conclusion that this was a woman trapped, stuck in love with a man who made a Faustian bargain with Donald Trump. But then the smile faded. That's not a hot take. Yeah, I don't think it really is a hot take. But then the smile faded, and at other moments she appeared fatigued and had a "what am I doing here" look. The Daily Beast's Michael Daly wrote. He added, and when he and Usha gazed at each other, there was a spark of what appeared to be true love. This is reading like fanfic, honestly. This is embarrassing. It is very embarrassing. You should be embarrassed, Michael Daly. You're writing fanfic on the Vances. Then she had a look that made you hope that the heart will prove to be enough when your husband has sold his soul. Gag, please. Like, gross. From mannerism analysis to the musings about love in a hopeless place to the poor Usha projection, it all assumes that Usha Vance ultimately disapproves of her husband's political ideologies. Usha is not a shrinking violet, nor a political babe in the woods. She graduated from Yale Law School, just like her husband. She clerked for conservative judges, like Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh, and then for Chief Justice John Roberts. Later, she worked as a trial lawyer at a white shoe law firm. As of 2022, she was registered as a Republican in Ohio, where her husband ran for Senate. If that slightly disapproving wife trope sounds familiar, it's because political reporters and commentators portrayed former First Lady Melania Trump in a similar fashion. Some even went so far as positing a fantasy that she secretly hates him. It wasn't until recordings of Melania... Look, I agree. I agree that Melania Trump does not personally like Donald Trump, but I don't then take that a step further and act as if Melania Trump is a victim. Act as if she is a damsel in distress. No. In fact, it's almost worse that she appears to openly hate him, but is still a part of it. Versus someone who truly loves Donald Trump. Like ride or die Donald Trump. And that's why they're a part of things. Man, you are cynical. Jill Biden is parading her brain dead husband around despite his health. What is your point that you're making? Because right now, I'm talking about the imposed victimization on women who are married to political leaders on the right. Also, clearly you have not listened to any of my streams before this where I have talked about Jill Biden. I have talked about how Jill Biden has more power than we previously thought because donors were meeting with Jill Biden over Joe Biden. That Jill Biden doing 3 Vanity Fair covers in the span of 4 years, which is as many as Michelle Obama did in 8 years, clearly indicates that she's very comfortable in this position of power and probably doesn't want to let it go and will do whatever it takes to remain in that power. That Jill Biden, according to a lot of reports, has a lot of influence over Joe. So if you think that you got me, try again. Imagine chatters here, you make a point and then proving your point in a chat message. I know people always will try to come in with a gotcha. They will listen to one thing I'm saying and not actually engage in the thing that I'm saying, but they'll just try to have a gotcha on me, but it never works. Because oftentimes they're saying something as if I have publicly stated the exact opposite. They come in here thinking they got hot takes. Swangon, thank you so much for the 12 months. And Shart Blaster, 6,900. Shart Blaster, 6,900. Thank you for the 4 months. Eating green beans, thank you for the 5. Intoxicated Brat, thank you for the Prime. Yes, it really is just a try harder, please. Chatters be like, I'm an idiot. Gotcha. August, thank you for the 3 months. As someone from Chile, every piece of news I see from over there seems insane. Good luck with everything. One of my favorite things was Vio, who's from Vienna, who was tweeting images from the RNC last night and was just baffled. Just couldn't. She's like, what is this? All right. Anyway, continuing on. Okay. It wasn't until recordings of Melania downplaying the separation of migrant families at the border leaked in 2020 that the myth of Melania being an unwilling partner to her husband was shattered. Still, some continue to perpetuate that idea. Because I think what it is people people relish in the idea that women hate the fascist men that they are married to. It's almost like it's a win for liberals. Oh, yeah? Well, his wife hates him. Like, that's a win. Like, that's a win for Democrats. Former Second Lady Karen Pence was often quoted as being apolitical and non-influential when it came to her husband's politics. You simply cannot be in the position that Karen Pence is in and be apolitical. There is no such thing. You are not apolitical. As he served in Congress and as governor of Indiana, it created the impression that she was some kind of spiritual bystander. But when he was picked by Trump, her facade dropped and she was revealed to be one of the biggest Trump supporters in the former Veep's inner circle. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, it's robbing women of their agency. You're doing a misogyny, libs. When I see that, it feels like a huge reminder of how cooked the Dems are when people are thinking that's an own. Yeah. I feel like they want us to I feel like they also want to automatically want to make all women empathetic. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's like choosing to believe that women couldn't possibly be willing participants of fascism, willing participants of the patriarchy, right? Whether it's people feeling awful for Heidi Cruz, insisting that Tiffany Trump is not close to her family, even though she keeps appearing at big events, hoping against all odds about Laura Bush's beliefs, or speculating about secret Hillary voters in Trumpland, there's an inclination to distance Republican women from the Republican men that they support. Data about mixed political marriages isn't extensive, but according to an analysis of Deseret News and Brigham Young University's 2023 American Family Survey, only 21% of marriages are politically mixed, and roughly just 4% are between Democrats and Republicans. And yes, I did see that tweet about the MAGA guy who admits he got divorced because his wife was a liberal and he had been hiding his MAGA beliefs, and he came out telling his truth, and then other MAGA guys whose liberal wives had divorced them. Listen up, liberal. My wife left me. Came in the comments to console him and tell him that he did the right thing and blah, 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 blah. And that, it's better to speak your truth. It's like a new coming out of the closet for straight MAGA guys, where it's like, this is their coming out of the closet. And then other MAGA guys who have come out of the closet and listen up, liberal, my wife left me, are consoling them. And they're like, yes, join us, brother, join us. People don't tend to marry people whose political beliefs stray too far from their own. The left-leaning rational. Oh, that's why, like, when what's her name, Shailene Woodley. Every time she would talk about Aaron Rodgers, who she was engaged to, she would always say, "We just don't discuss politics. Politics is just not a part of our, of any of our conversations. It's not a part of our relationship." It's like, well, it is, though. What? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand that, because you're two people whose lives are shaped by the values and the beliefs that you have, and therefore the decisions that you make in life, which includes relationships, are coming from who you are as a person, which is, people are political. That's not true. My parents have completely different political beliefs. Okay, so reminder that when we're talking about data, when we are like analyzing what like when we're analyzing like what is the trend with something, we don't mean this applies to every single instance. So anecdotal data, remember, that's separate, okay? So yeah, your parents have different political beliefs and they're married, but that doesn't change the fact that most marriages are not politically mixed. The left-leaning rationalization about Usha Vance and her ilk is a type of benevolent sexism, the idea that women are naturally the kinder, gentler sex, in need of protection and unwilling to voice their true opinions. On the surface, the act doesn't seem overtly malicious, hence the benevolence. But ascribing these traits to women undercuts their autonomy and attempts to exonerate them from their own choices. Remember, y'all, it takes women to also uphold the patriarchy. In Usha's case, any look that could be interpreted as dismay, when in reality it could be fatigue, or even simply a lack of media training, is a signal to some that she's a damsel in distress. Certainly a woman with her education and resume would be very capable of divorcing a husband that she fully disagrees with. The only person who knows what Usha's true intentions are, or how she really feels about her husband and his politics, is Usha Vance herself. She could very well share some of the sentiments of the benevolently sexist narrative that's been created about her. She could also be sitting on those reservations for her own private reasons, from love to ambition to anything in between. The more likely possibility, though, is that she does not disagree with J.D. Vance. A completely reasonable thing to assume is that his politics are her politics, even if that's hard for some to accept. Given the political vitriol she's already facing from her husband's own party, it does paint a complicated picture. To some, that's why she'll always need saving, even if it's in the form of melodramatic fanfic. Comments, thank you for the 4 months. I've seen a lot of posts on Reddit recently from women finding out their partners, men specifically, are secretly super right-wing, like they've made a pointed effort to pretend to be more liberal or even left-leaning. Wild. I mean, look, I'm experiencing that myself. Will Neff came out yesterday. He said he's full MAGA. He said he is, he said he's down with it all because of the Hulk Hogan shirt rip. He came out of the closet. Soon you'll see a post from him. Listen up, liberal. My wife left me. He'll be getting patted on the back. He'll be getting consoled by other MAGA. His liberal wives left them. My parents' relationship at the moment is interesting to me because they used to have very similar beliefs, but my mom slid pretty far left over the years. My dad stayed mostly the same. I'm keeping an eye on them. Yeah, that happens. I mean, people marry because they share values, they share political beliefs, and then over time, they get older, their political opinions change. Maybe one's changes, the other's doesn't. Maybe they both change, but they go in opposite directions. Maybe they both change, they go in the same direction. Suddenly will be a banned no-fault divorce guy. Yeah, you guys, are you studying my body language? I'm trapped. I'm a victim. His hair is red, his dog is white, and now his balls are going to be blue. That is a perfect fucking comment. That is poetry on the level of Thoreau. His hair is red, his dog is white, and now his balls are going to be blue. What a patriot. What a perfectly poetic comment. Hogan, thank you for the gift, Ted. Is Farley MAGA or K-Hive? Is Farley fallen out of a coconut tree? I gotta ask him when he gets home. Say, have you fallen out of a coconut tree? And he'll do the head thing. Did you fall out of a coconut tree? Look, Farley's in nature right now, okay? Farley's fully in nature. He has embraced like an alone lifestyle. Rugged. Living off the land. He's a perfect little coconut. You guys, Farley is the coconut who fell out of the coconut tree. A perfect little coconut who fell out of a coconut tree. He exists in the context and all in which he lives and what came before him. Oh, an anarcho-primitivist. Yes. Yeah, this is a good article. I'm glad this was written. And yet it's one of those things that like these articles have to keep getting written because we keep doing this. We keep damsel-ifying Republican women, wives of powerful Republican politicians. And it's like, you're working off the assumption that they have no agency. Don't do that. Do not provide excuses for them having accountability, having responsibility in in very dangerous politics. Because you know who doesn't do that? You know who never does that? Fox News. People on the right. Commentators, media people, politicians. They won't do that to liberal women. No. Oh, they've been going nutso talking about Jill Biden. They have dedicated so much airtime to trashing Jill Biden, which again, I haven't disagreed with. Of course, there's different intentions, but they will do this. They will do this with liberal women who are married to Democratic leaders. Used to do it with Gavin Newsom when Kimberly G was married to him. And it's interesting because it's like it's two different forms of misogyny, right? You've got like the Fox News misogyny, like right-wing misogyny, but then you've got the liberal misogyny. Okay, we're going to talk about this next. I truly believe liberal women struggle to understand how any woman could possibly be a Republican. Yeah, I guess that goes for any group of people who are targeted by right-wing policies and legislation. So black people who can't understand how a black person could support Trump. Asians who can't understand how an Asian person could support Trump. LGBTQ people can't understand how an LGBTQ person would support Trump. But what you don't see happen is minimizing that person's responsibility. Unless it concerns women. Okay, so Kyle Gass, who has faced consequences for his joke that Jack Black laughed at. Jack Black heartily laughed at the joke on stage. We already covered this, so we're not going to get into it in full. But he has deleted the apology post that he made following the fallout. And I have to say, I'm glad. I'm glad that he deleted that. I don't know what that means. I don't know what's happening behind the scenes. No one knows what's happening behind the scenes, but it does seem to send a message that he deleted that apology post. I do worry that it doesn't bode well for Tenacious D. I hope that things get back on track. I hope they're having conversations and, like recognizing that their partnership, their friendship means more than Jack Black maintaining his liberal darling, civilly responsible persona. A thing that I read that I didn't know is that this tour was part of the Rock the Vote campaign that Jack is doing. So it makes me think that, so one of the reasons that was surmised as to why Jack came out with that post and why they canceled the tour and put other creative projects on hold is that Jack is working with the Biden campaign. Jack is associated with the Biden campaign. So probably got pressure from the Biden campaign to deal with this, because this tour, this concert where this happened, is it's part of like the Rock the Vote campaign for Joe Biden. Rock the Vote in Australia. I don't know why. I mean, I don't know. Okay, maybe I'm saying this wrong. I don't think it's like the Australia concert was Rock the Vote to get out the vote in Australia. But this is like Jack is part of the Rock the Vote campaign right now while they're on tour. They had like 5 other concerts planned. Yeah, okay, so this is from June. Tenacious D wants you to rock the vote with them while sorry, hold on. Tenacious D wants you to rock the vote with them live. Jack Black and Kyle Gass are playing 5 shows with a percentage of proceeds benefiting Rock the Vote organization. So Kyle is not an official spokesperson for the Biden campaign, but Jack Black is. Illegal Australian votes. Listen up, brother. They're getting Australians to vote in the election. They're trying to steal it again. They went down under to do fraud. The illegal alien votes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, what do you guys think that the Aussies were doing here for the last month? You don't think that they've been working to that they've been secretly working on stealing the campaign or stealing the election in November by getting Australians to vote? You know, you've got to know when your teenage irony bands are making political apologies. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So the duo is playing 5 shows in October leading up to the 2024 presidential election, including concerts in the swing states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Okay, so it'll be very interesting. Okay, actually, this provides more context. It will be very interesting to see what happens with Tenacious D, because they're specifically giving concerts in battleground states with proceeds going to Rock the Vote organization. Like, this is part of campaigning for Joe Biden. General on-sale tickets are available beginning June 20th. Well, not anymore, but this is the second time the greatest band in the world, as they call themselves, has teamed up with Rock the Vote. In 2020, they released their cover of Rocky Horror Picture Show's Time Warp, which proceeds benefiting the organization. Yeah, so right now, the tour is canceled. It's Ruin the World Tour. Future creative projects are on hold, but they are scheduled to play concerts in swing states to benefit Rock the Vote. So I have a feeling that they'll be back because of this purpose. That, like, Jack is dedicated to the Biden campaign. He is a spokesperson. He's a celebrity spokesperson for Biden. And I just can't, I don't know. If you're weighing, like, pros and cons by October, I'm sure Biden's campaign, I mean, Jesus, this is this is me just operating under the assumption that Joe Biden's the nominee. Oh. Is Rock the Vote is Rock the Vote really nonpartisan, or is it just de facto Democratic Party nonprofit? They say they're nonpartisan, but it's definitely like left aligned. I only see Democrats doing Rock the Vote. What's the date? What is it today? Friday? Yeah, this weekend will be interesting. Here's what I think. If Biden doesn't drop out by this weekend, I don't feel confident that it will happen. I think it has to be this weekend. Do you see the H-Bomber tweet on this? Um, no way. No. What if the Trump assassin's real goal all along was to break up Tenacious D? Dude, that motivation would make more sense than I was just going to shoot whatever president was closest. This is clearer. This has purpose. Holy shit, mission accomplished. The shooter hated Tenacious D. He had a hate boner for Tenacious D. And that's why he did what he did. I don't know if you saw or mentioned it earlier, but Biden's speech about the RNC was hilarious. I like that underneath Joe Biden is Joe Biden's account is Joe Biden hates black people account. Is it this one that you're referring to, the Hannibal Lecter one? I will say Trump's speech, it was 93 minutes. It was largely very boring. It was dull. Like, people were falling asleep. It was so long. He went with, it was clear that he went in and his team had been like, okay, so we're going with the spiritual Donald Trump. We're going with the Donald Trump who has survived tragedy and come out stronger on the other side, surrounded by angels. Like, you've had a spiritual awakening. So he was very like doing his Donald Trump psalm thing as he recounted for like 30 minutes that day as he told that story. But then once he like got into, talking about how great he was as a president, 2020 doesn't count, yada. Like, the bulk of the speech, it was Speed Reza. Thank you so much for the 10. Appreciate ya. It was just like not a good speech. The one part that sticks out is the Hannibal Lecter line. For those of you who did not watch the speech last night,
the late great Hannibal Lecter.
We're confused.
The late great Hannibal Lecter.
We're confused. He says the late great Hannibal Lecter. So Hannibal Lecter is a fictional character who is a cannibal. So as far as great, like on a moral basis, not quite sure about that. As far as being like a great villain, yeah. Is he talking about Anthony Hopkins? I think, hasn't he said this before though? Hasn't he praised Hannibal Lecter before? Great at cannibalism. Oh, you know that Hannibal Lecter guy. Really knows his stuff. Yeah, it's like the third time. I just don't understand this line. But yeah, Anthony Hopkins is still alive. So we don't say late and great yet. Once he passes, it'll be late great Anthony Hopkins. Hannibal Lecter is fictional and therefore cannot die. Yeah, Hannibal Lecter has never died in any iterations of Hannibal Lecter on TV and film. Like, he's alive. The actor who plays him is alive. The character is alive. Does he mean the general Hannibal that fought the Romans? It would be funny if that's who he meant. But he specifically says, he always says Hannibal Lecter. But what if he thinks Hannibal Lecter is Hannibal the general? Maybe he means Hannah Montana. I think that's right. Hannah Montana. Yeah, he does say he's having a friend for dinner. You're right. No, he definitely means Hannibal Lecter. No, he brings up Silence of the Lambs too. What are we talking about? He brought up Silence of the Lambs before he goes into Hannibal Lecter. I kind of hate that one of my favorite movies is oft mentioned by Trump. Remember when he's talking about Frederick Douglass in present terms like he was still alive? Do you know what I would love to do? I would love to do a test of Donald Trump. Is this person dead or alive? But you do like ones that are very obviously dead. You know, you don't do like a Carol Burnett. Is Carol Burnett dead or alive? Carol Burnett is alive. Yeah, dead, alive, or fictional. Is this a fiction? Yeah, actually, that's better. Is this a fictional character or is this a real person? Okie dokie. I want to just do. What story do I want to start with? Maybe we start with the Sorry Not Sorry documentary. So then we can get to the more fun stuff after. I also want to talk about this too. Okay, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Okay, Manny Jacinto. I can't remember how to pronounce his last name. I think it's Jacinto. Hard J. Yeah, I know. We all swoon over him. It's Jacinto. Okay. Jacinto. Never mind, I was wrong. Manny Jacinto. He's beautiful, I know. Looking pretty jacked recently. Oh. I'm failing in my gym duties because Will's been gone, but thank you. Okay, so I want to talk about what he said here in the GQ interview. So I haven't watched Acolyte yet. I know there's spoilers in this. We're not going to talk about the Acolyte stuff. Let me just do this. Okay, here's the part. Okay. So he has been getting a lot of attention, and rightfully so. I think a lot of people probably know him from The Good Place. Like, I think that was his... that was like the show that kind of blew him up, if I'm remembering correctly. Anyway, he was in The Good Place, and now he's getting a lot of attention because he's in Acolyte. Again, haven't seen it, so I can't speak on any of that. But anyway, he was interviewed by GQ, and the interviewer is talking to him about how oh, the internet loves you, blah, blah, blah. For all the chatter about his charisma and physique on social media, Jacinto still has trouble buying into his own hype. I think whether it be being Asian or Filipino or Canadian, this is so funny to me. Whether you're Asian, Filipino, or Canadian, there's always going to be this sense of always being in disbelief that people actually find you attractive. Canadians in chat, do you feel this way? Do you feel a sense of insecurity with your attractiveness because you're Canadian? Are you shocked if people find you attractive, even though you're Canadian? And when I proffer that perhaps the buzz around this performance might now allow him the ability to pick and choose his roles going forward, he corrects me. I mean, that's the dream, he says, but I don't know. Maybe it's my lack of faith in this industry, but the people of color who find success, I feel like they still have to work at it and continue to fight for roles. The people I look up to, if you look at Stephen Yeun, Kumail Nanjiani, or even Donald Glover, they all had to, in some shape or form, create projects for themselves in order to continue to have a platform. Stephen Yeun has also had, he's had an abnormal career for being an Asian actor, and Asian, not mixed race, where, we can get away with him being ethnically ambiguous. Because Stephen was fairly new in LA when he booked The Walking Dead. He got very lucky in that he had just started his career. He booked The Walking Dead, and he was able to keep that momentum going and be selective with his projects, which is why Stephen Yeun's filmography is chock full of really prestigious, great projects. But he's acknowledged that it's a rarity. He's he works very hard. He's very talented, but that he was lucky that even though Walking Dead was such a huge show, and his role as Glenn brought him a lot of fame, a lot of success, it was still not a guarantee that he would continue on to have a very illustrious career. Anyway, or even look at Dev Patel. He's a huge star, but he had to make Monkey Man himself to get an action role like that, and that was even shelved at one point. That's crazy to me. So that's why I have this caution towards whether or not the industry will move things forward for my career. If anything, it fuels me to try and create things on my own terms and hopefully lead projects that way. And he's not wrong. It's very nice for this interviewer to operate under the assumption that now Manny is going to have everybody knocking on his door and he's going to have his pick of projects and he can do whatever he wants. But Dev Patel's a perfect example. Dev is one of the biggest Indian stars in Hollywood, and he couldn't get cast in an action movie. So he had to go make his own action movie. He wrote, directed, and starred in Monkey Man because no one would give him those opportunities, and he is one of the biggest Indian stars in Hollywood. Manny is laying the groundwork for that now, collaborating with a handful of Filipino writers and producers to develop new work. I love this so much. I love that. So Manny is Filipino and Canadian. And he now does have some power because he is receiving a lot of attention for being an acolyte, even though it's not the first big project he's done. Because the internet age is what it is, he's been getting a ton of attention for that. And so he's turning around and working with Filipino writers and producers who, like, opportunities are hard to come by. And so having Manny, who's one of the biggest Filipino actors in Hollywood right now, working with Filipino writers and producers makes it more likely for not only their creative ambition, or their creative ideas to be actualized without having to tone it down for like a white audience, but to have a pathway to creating things, because they have Manny who's working with them. And despite checking the career milestone boxes of Mike Schur sitcom regular and Star Wars villain, there are a bunch more dream roles he's still chasing. I would love to do an incredible A24 neon indie. I'd love to be part of a new franchise, whether it's a comic or a manga or an anime like Naruto or One Punch Man. There's still so much I need to do. Oh yeah, Manny. I've got a script. I'm not Filipina. It's not specifically about, it doesn't like have Filipino characters, but I got a script. Right now, Manny's latest challenge is starring opposite Lindsay Lohan in Freaky Friday 2. I forgot that he's in Freaky Friday 2. I never thought I'd be part of the Lohanessence. She's an icon, but I took this role because it's definitely another big shift and something I'd never done before. There's going to be a Freaky Friday 2. Oh, yes, there is. I think it comes out next year. Let me check. Yeah, Freaky Friday 2 will open nationwide in movie theaters in 2025 and then will be streaming on Disney Plus. Freakier and Friday-ier. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, what Manny's comments highlight is how difficult it is, even if you are an actor of color who has achieved success, to to continue that success, but also be in things that you want to be in, to have choice of the roles that you play. And it's why often people of color turn to just producing and making the things that they want to be in. It's either like you do that at the beginning of your career because you can't get in any other way, or you're in the middle of your career, but you're still not getting cast. You're not getting the same opportunities as your white counterparts, so you have to go try and use your influence, your name, and get these things made on your own. And it doesn't mean it's easy, but Too Freaky, Too Friday featuring Rebecca Black. Just got here. He plays Jason in The Good Place. Yes. Couldn't agree more with that take. It's quite incredible, all those talented actors that have to self-sponsor, get outside of the box roles, or even lead roles. Yeah, and if you watched Monkey Man, and I already gave my review on Monkey Man, but the one thing that Monkey Man establishes is that Dev Patel absolutely should have been getting those opportunities to be in action movies. Like, there's no reason why Dev should have had to go and write, direct, and star in his own action film. Like, he's fucking amazing. He's so good. He's so talented, and absolutely has the ability to be in action films. Is it just me, or does Manny look like Mads Mikkelsen? I don't see it, but I mean, I guess they like have a similar jawline. If Manny goes bald, he could land a role in the Fast and Furious franchise. True. But if he were to shave that beautiful hair of his, it would be a travesty. It's not worth it. It's not worth it, Manny. It's not. Don't do it. Last thing I'll say is, I think it's I think it highlights that there's this assumption that if you are a successful actor of color, that you know, that you have your pick of projects. Like, oh, you've blown up. Okay. Oh, you've blown up again. And so this interviewer who approached it from like, this is so exciting. I bet, like, you know, I bet everybody's knocking on your door. I bet, you know, you have all these opportunities for what you want to do next, like what you really want to do, and having to like gently correct and remind that actually that's not the case. Actually, Ellen, that's not true. That even if you find success as an actor of color, that you have to fucking keep fighting, and you know how many opportunities are still not, that still don't come your way. Like you still can't even get in the rooms. Wow. A classic Elon Musk tweet is just a single word. He loves to just use one word to express his racism. Wow. America has fallen. What'd you think of Longlegs? I haven't seen it yet. I will let you guys know as soon as I've seen it. Just listened to a great Ki Hui Kwan interview on Armchair Expert today. It was incredible how much he had to persevere. Yeah. I mean, you talk about a guy who had enormous success as a kid and who left Hollywood not because he was an abuser. If he had been, that wouldn't have mattered. But left Hollywood because there was nothing for him. There were no opportunities. It dried up. And it was like 2 decades of him having to give up his dream until, lo and behold, the Daniels come a-knocking. He auditions for Everything Everywhere All at Once. And, you know, it changed his life. Like, he was back. And you've seen nothing but gratitude. Like, he was so grateful. Like, he was in such disbelief that entire award season. when Everything Everywhere All at Once was dominating. I love how in this tweet people are complaining about Miss Martian, who's literally a shapeshifter. Oh, it's exhausting. He's saying wow because of racism. I'm saying wow because I don't know who all these characters are supposed to be. Really makes you think. That's what Elon likes to tweet too. Really makes you think. Really makes you think about what, Elon? Why don't you elaborate? Yeah, concerning ... Interesting. Loves the word interesting. Interesting. Okay. We're going to get into talking about the Sorry Not Sorry documentary that recently premiered. This documentary was produced by the New York Times, which is the publication that first reported on the sexual misconduct allegations against Louis C.K., which quickly after he copped to. He said, yep, I did it. And we'll read his response from back then because it's been quite a few years. But it's unfortunate that this documentary has not been picked up by any major streaming platform. So currently you can rent it on YouTube, which is what I did. But it's a shame that it's not getting distribution so far from a major streaming platform, because I think a lot of people would be interested in watching this. It's a very well-made documentary. And the point of the documentary is not coming after Louis C.K., trying to cancel Louis C.K. It's about giving a voice to the women who were victimized by Louis C.K., had their lives and their careers ruined in one way or another, who have had to deal with so much fallout because they dared to come forward and say, yeah, this is what Louis C.K. did to me. And then having to watch Louis's return, which we will discuss, like what has happened with that. Having to watch his return where he's taken a 180 from how he acted after that New York Times reporting came out, and how people who are happy to have him back are trashing and have been trashing the women who came forward. And so it's continued to be this blight on their personal and professional lives. Like, they can't escape it. They can't escape it because Louis decided to do to them what he decided to do. So look, if you still consume Louis C.K. comedy, I just ask that you hold the, oh my God, I'm personally defensive over this. Please hold those comments, because the point of this documentary, which we can't watch because it's not like free anywhere, the point of the documentary and the conversation that we're going to have here is not the intention of like personally going after anyone who still consumes Louis' work. So please just like don't get defensive. Don't get defensive. Just engage in the conversation without thinking, without like feeling as if you have to defend Louis because you have to defend yourself. Okay. I'm going to turn the air down and then we'll watch this trailer.
Comparisons to Lenny Bruce, comparisons to Bob Dylan, comparisons to being a sort of philosopher.
Kurt Cobain, thank you for the bits.
Jesus.
When I said I wanted to work with Louis C.K., I should have been more specific as opposed to like how it all panned out.
These stories have been around for a while, and everybody kind of casually knows, real. This jerking off comedian is obviously just Louis C.K.
He basically said something along the lines of, what? Like, I like to jerk off in front of people.
He was talking about what turns them on.
Most female comedians quit because it's just a series of indignities that they have to suffer their entire life.
Because you've been socialized in this world where men get to treat women however they want.
If he's done this stuff and he's denied it, we just thought, well, let's see how much of a story there is there.
We got the sense that there were going to be other women. They were told to keep quiet.
People are scared. They want to be on his side for work.
He didn't use the word sorry, but he wrote a whole essay explaining that he knew he did something wrong.
He got caught. The man got caught.
I was like, well, the fact that I thought it wasn't my problem is the problem. Like, that's exactly the problem.
Louis did what? What is I don't know.
How do we deal with this? How do we welcome people back or not welcome people back?
Usually, white men get away with the stuff that they do. Like, you know he's coming back, right?
He started to do more touring, and they started to sell out.
Everybody lives with a certain amount of hypocrisy, and this is the amount that I've allocated for myself.
Making fun of the victims is still good for business.
Yep.
Women are hurting and feel like they're crazy because everyone is letting all these predators back.
Not only did he get away with it, he's like rubbing it in all of our faces.
Louis had a whole bit about how the greatest threat to women is men. Louis could still do that bit and say, and I was one of those guys.
Yeah, so Jen Kirkman has a big role in the documentary. I really highly recommend watching this documentary. You can rent it on YouTube for like $4, but Jen has a big role in it. And one of the things that she talks about is how Louis had harassed her for years. She's very careful to say he didn't assault me, and one of the reasons that I didn't want to comment for the New York Times article is because he hadn't he hadn't like done what he did to those other women. Like, he just said things to me. He just like put his hand on my neck and said things like, I'm gonna fuck you one day, stuff like that. But she acknowledges that like it was an atmosphere where she couldn't believe that for so long everybody like knew these things about Louis. And they talk a lot about the open secret aspect of Hollywood, where it allows powerful men to pretty much do whatever they want to do and with impunity. And it's something that everybody talks about, but something that nobody does anything about. And at one point, Jen Kirkman, who had experienced this with Louis, and at one point she was doing a joke on stage, and she joked about how after she had been divorced, and after she was divorced, she went on a date with like a 20-year-old. And she goes, I exaggerate that joke. Like, the guy I went on a date with was 25. But she tells this joke, and she is lambasted by people online, by the media, etc. And it caused her to feel like there's just, so much hypocrisy where she's being called a whore and filthy, etc. But men who are like actually physically harming women, or men who are, victimizing women and harming their personal and professional lives, that's allowed to happen. And so she talked about it on a podcast episode, and it blew up in her face until she finally like walked things back, because everyone was like, oh, she's talking about Louis C.K. because she didn't mention him by name. But she mentioned that like, it's okay that this male comedian jerks off in front of women, sexually harasses women, but everyone's fine with it. And then, you know, everyone was like, oh my gosh, she's talking about Louis C.K. So every media appearance she had, anytime she was interviewed, went on podcast, all people wanted was for her to admit that she was talking about Louis. And at one point, Louis then finally reached out to her and was like, look, Jen, I'm really sorry. I know the things that I did to you. I apologize, but you just have to just ignore it. Just ignore the media. They'll go away. Just don't address it. And so that's what she did, but they wouldn't go away. And so finally she said it wasn't Louis. Like it was not Louis who did it. Because even just by the mentioning on her podcast of the double standard, of the hypocrisy that exists, she was relentlessly hounded. And so it's like, oh, okay, the guy who did this to me is the one who's saying just ignore it and it'll go away, as if this is my problem. Her Klopek, thank you for the tier 1. All right, so anyway, that's the Jen Kirkman involvement on the documentary, since I know a lot of you probably know her. She's a pretty well-known comedian. She's very funny. She's great in the documentary. Okay, so let's revisit the past year. So, in 2017, which was at the height of the Me Too era, but what I will also say, was a time when I think naively we thought that things were changing, that powerful men were being held accountable, that that there were consequences to your actions, and that it was safe to come forward, and just societally we were progressing, we were blowing the doors wide open, only to now be in a time, in our current time, where it feels like there's a backlash to this now. So 2017, you're coming off of Harvey Weinstein, you're coming off of Matt Lauer, all these huge figures in media and entertainment who it felt like every other day new reporting was coming out on a powerful male in media and entertainment who had there were allegations of sexual misconduct, of bad behavior. And it really felt like the dam had broken, and it truly felt like every other day news stories were coming out. And so when the Louis story came out, the reaction was different. The reaction was different to how it was to Harvey Weinstein. And that's because Louis C.K. didn't technically commit a crime. And now we're at a stage, we weren't there. It wasn't like this in 2017. It wasn't as it wasn't as externalized and explicit as it is now, because I really feel as if we're experiencing a backlash to the Me Too movement. But in 2017, people were still responding to this going, well, wait a second, he didn't commit a crime. But they acknowledged that what he did was wrong. What he did was sexual harassment. What he did was morally reprehensible. And we'll get to more of how things have changed now and how that's representative in Louis' comeback, in the way that he's conducting his comedy. But anyway, so in 2017, New York Times drops this story. Jodi Kantor, who was one of the two female journalists who did the giant story on Harvey Weinstein, also writes this story. In 2002, a Chicago comedy duo, Dana Min Goodman and Julia Wolov, landed their big break, a chance to perform at the U.S. Comedy Arts Festival in Aspen, Colorado. When Louis C.K. invited them to hang out in his hotel room for a nightcap after the late night show, they did not think twice. And let me just reiterate, this is a normal thing in comedy, because comedy happens late at night. Comedy shows happen at night. And so afterwards, like, bars are closed, people go hang out in hotels. It's a very informal environment. They'll they have meetings in hotels, they hang out, whatever, okay? So that's a normal thing. Oh, the show finishes. Hey, you want to go back to my hotel's here. We'll go to the room, we'll have a drink, we'll like laugh, talk about the show, etc. The bars were closed and they wanted to celebrate. Louis was a comedian that they admired. The women would be together. His intentions seemed collegial. As soon as they sat down in his room, still wrapped in their winter jackets and hats, Louis asked if he could take out his penis. They thought it was a joke and laughed it off. And then he really did it, Miss Goodman said in an interview with the New York Times. He proceeded to take all of his clothes off, get completely naked, and start masturbating. In 2003, Amy Schnockner called Louis C.K. to invite him to one of her shows. And during the phone conversation, she said she could hear him masturbating as they spoke. Another comedian, Rebecca Corey, said that while she was appearing with Louis C.K. on a television pilot in 2005, he asked if he could masturbate in front of her. She declined. Now, after years of unsubstantiated rumors about Louis C.K. masturbating in front of associates, women are coming forward to describe what they experienced. Even amid the current burst of sexual misconduct accusations against powerful men, the stories about Louis stand out because he has so few equals in comedy. At the time, Louis was the most powerful comedian in the world, I will say. He was everywhere. He had amassed so much power, and he was a kingmaker. Like, if you were in comedy, Louis was a kingmaker. In the years since the incidents the women describe, he has sold out Madison Square Garden 8 times, created an Emmy-winning TV series, and accumulated the clout of a tastemaker and auteur with the help of a manager who represents some of the biggest names in comedy. And Louis C.K. built a reputation as the unlikely conscience of the comedy scene by making audiences laugh about hypocrisy, especially male hypocrisy. One of the reasons that women loved Louis C.K. as a comedian was because he was so self-deprecating, and because he was brutal about the reality of how men are. Louis is often described as a comedian with a misanthrope attitude, but who underneath cares. He uses offense, he leans into the taboo, he toes the line, he crosses boundaries in his comedy, but all for the sake of revealing uncomfortable truths about society. And one of the ways that he became beloved in his comedy was by turning things around on him. He was this schlubby, blue-collar guy, wife divorces him, et cetera, who's a creep, who's a loser, blah, blah, blah. But underneath it, he's not actually a creep. Like, the way that he presented his comedy, the way that he would put himself in the shoes of the creep was in effect to point out how fucked up that behavior is, and that relies on you thinking that the real Louis C.K. underneath is not actually a creep, that the real Louis C.K. has such an understanding of how, for instance, men are predatory to women. He has a very famous joke about how men are the biggest threat to women. We can watch that. But the underlying understanding is that Louis himself is not actually a bad guy, is not actually the creep that he pretends to be on stage in order to expose the reality. Yeah. He's a guy who is grumpy and who often leans into the discomfort in his jokes, but all in a way to make the unfunny funny by revealing how fucked up the unfunny is. Louis has a lot of jokes about rape. but in a way, like doing rape jokes where the butt of the joke is not the woman being raped, but the rapist, if that makes any sense. So let's revisit his men are the biggest threat to women.
His face, trying to figure him out, and he's just a mess. Weird selection process that we have. It's dating, really, it's how we evolve as dating. It's how we choose each other. And dating is a real drag for a lot of people, but I always think it's a nice thing. You know, when I see a date, I'm always happy. When I see a couple on a date, because it means people are still trying, you know? You see a couple on a date, it means there's still courage out there. That takes courage to go on a date, for both sides. Two very different kinds of courage. The male courage, traditionally speaking, is that he decided to ask. He went up to a random woman who he has no idea if she's gonna like him or not, and he walked up to her, terrifying. Everything in your body's telling you, just go the fuck home and jerk off, don't do this. But he walked up and said, hi, yes. And she's like, no, give me a second. You try to get through this membrane of, you know, and then if it works and you say, you want to go out sometime? Sometimes she'll say yes. And if she says yes, that's her courage. And the courage it takes for a woman to say yes is beyond anything I can imagine. A woman saying yes to a date with a man is literally insane and ill-advised. And the whole species' existence counts on them doing it. And I don't know how do women still go out with guys when you consider the fact that there is no greater threat to women than men. We're the #1 threat to women. Globally and historically, we're the #1 cause of injury and mayhem to women. We're the worst thing that ever happens to them. That's true. You know what our #1 threat is? Heart disease. That's the whole thing. That's it. Just our own heart going, dude, you can't keep doing this. I told you 3 strokes ago that this is not smart. But women still think, yeah, I'll go out with you alone at night. What are you, nuts? I'll get in your car with you with my little shoulders. Hi, where are we going? To your death, statistically. How do they still do it? If you're a guy, try to imagine that you could only date a half bear, half lion. And you're like, oh, I hope this one's nice. I hope he doesn't do what he's going to do.
Like, Louis the type of guy where the bear versus man debate, he's the type of comic who would so perfectly eviscerate that, right? Who, by doing a joke similar to this, where he literally says like the half lion, half bear thing, and showcasing how like he understands how dangerous men are, and it's insane to think that you know, that a woman would choose a man to be lost alone in the woods with versus a bear. Like, he would choose the bear. You know, like he was so good. He was so good at revealing the truth of things like this and demonstrating that, like, beneath the beneath the creepy persona he would adopt to, like, play these characters, or, you know, to put yourself in the mindset of like a pedophile, that he was condemning this, right? That like he had this like real understanding of problems and the truth of things and things that are not funny, but that he would make funny by the punchline being like how fucking awful this is. Like the reality of how awful this is.
I love when I see a date. You know, you see a date, you can tell it's the first date because the way they're walking together, and she's looking up at his face trying to figure him out, and he's just a mess. A guy in a first date is just has no actual personality. He's just a mishmash of different kinds of dudes for a couple of seconds each. Just anything. No cohesive, just like a ransom note cut out of a lot of magazines. Just, yeah, yes, I think so too. Whatever, just like a blind dick in space, just thrusting in infinite directions, hoping to find pay dirt at some place. And then sometimes you see a date that's later down the line and something has happened. There's something that happens in a date that I never get to witness, because women do this. They get to do it inside. They get to just decide quietly, I'm going to let him fuck me. They just get to decide. Something he says, and she's like, that was good. He's going to fuck me later. And he has no idea. He's still like trying all this shit. He still has no idea he's already in there.
Yeah, okay. So this is old Louis comedy. We'll get to his latest stuff. But yeah, there's an irony in watching old Louis, which, you know, he was a comedic genius. Like he just had this very unique way of truth telling, of doing comedy. But when your whole thing revolves around creating things that like ultimately are a reflection of who you are as a person, and now we know who you are as a person and how you have subsequently handled the how you have handled like being exposed as this person. It's hard to it's hard to consume his old stuff, like knowing all those things. Last 10-minute wait tough, but Caroline, thank you for who you are. This channel, good natured male on internet. Well, welcome in. Okay, all right. So let's keep going. This was the 2017 piece. After being contacted for an interview this week about the on-the-record accusations of sexual misconduct encounters that took place over a decade ago, his publicist said the comedian would not respond. Louis not going to answer any questions. Neither Louis nor his manager replied to follow-up emails in which the accusations were laid out in detail, or to voice messages or texts. On Thursday, the premiere of his new movie, I Love You, Daddy, was abruptly canceled, and he also canceled an appearance on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. There's a scene in the movie I Love You, Daddy, which has Charlie Day's character pretending to masturbate during a meeting in which Louis's character and a female character are in the room. And it's one of those things where it's apparent when you look back on things that Louis did leading up to being exposed, that he was like putting things out there publicly to provide cover. Like all the jokes about masturbating, all like, you know, the scene in I Love You, Daddy, where this character is doing exactly what he did. It's like in a weird way to say, actually, this was okay. Like this thing that I did was okay. Okay, so moving on. The stories told by the women raised sharp questions about the anecdotes that he tells in his own comedy. He rose to fame in part by appearing to be candid about his flaws and sexual hang-ups, discussing and miming masturbation extensively in his act, an exaggerated riff that some of the women feel may have served as cover for real misconduct. He has all but invited comparison between his private life and his on-screen work too. Oh, I forgot they have this part in here. And I Love You, Daddy, a character pretends to masturbate at length in front of other people, and other characters appear to dismiss rumors of sexual predation. At the same time, Louis has boosted the careers of women and is sometimes viewed as a feminist by fans and critics. But Miss Goodman and Miss Wolov said that when they told others about the incident in the Colorado hotel room, they heard that his manager was upset that they were talking about it openly. The women feared career repercussions. Louis' manager was adamant in an email that he never threatened anyone. For comedians, the professional environment is informal. Profanity and raunch that would be far out of line in most workplaces are common, and personal foibles, the weirder the better, are routinely mined for material. But Louis' behavior was abusive, the women said. I think the line gets crossed when you take off your clothes and start masturbating. Miss Corey, a comedian, writer, and actress, has long felt haunted by her run-in with Louis C.K. In 2005, she was working as a performer and producer on a television pilot, a big step in her career, when Louis C.K., a guest star, approached her as she was walking to the set. He leaned close to my face and said, "Can I ask you something?" I said, "Yes." Miss Corey said in a written statement to the New York Times, "He asked if we could go to my dressing room so he could masturbate in front of me." Stunned and angry, Miss Corey said she declined and pointed out that he had a daughter and a pregnant wife. His face got red, she recalled, and he told me he had issues. Word quickly reached the show's producers, Courtney Cox and David Arquette, who both confirmed the incident. What happened to Rebecca on that set was awful. Miss Cox said in an email, adding that she felt outrage and shock. So what you'll notice is that this went on for years, and the problem is that being in a culture where men, it's normalized that we've been socialized, both men and women, we've been socialized that men, especially powerful men, can behave however they want. And even when there's acknowledgement that like, ooh, that's not okay, I'm sorry, I'm sorry that happened to you, nobody actually steps in. Nobody in power steps in to stop this from further happening. So it goes on for years. And by the time like everything comes out, investigative journalists have worked for years, worked diligently. It requires, victims coming forward. It's always one of those like, oh yeah, that bad behavior was known for a long time. It was an open secret. Everybody knew, but nobody did anything. My concern was to create an environment where Rebecca felt safe, protected, and heard. They discussed curtailing the production. Miss Corey decided to continue with the show. Things were going well for me. I had no interest in being the person who shut down a production. A fifth woman who spoke on condition of anonymity to protect her family's privacy because she had not been publicly linked to the incident with Louis C.K. also has disturbing memories about an incident with the comedian. In the late 90s, she was working in production at the Chris Rock show when Louis, a writer and producer there, repeatedly asked her to watch him masturbate. She was in her early 20s and went along with his request, but later questioned his behavior. "It was something that I knew was wrong," said the woman who described sitting in his office while he masturbated in his desk chair during a workday, other colleagues just outside the door. "I think the big piece of why I said yes was because of the culture. He abused his power." A coworker at the Chris Rock show who also wished to name anonymous confirmed that the woman told him about the experience soon after it happened. Ms. Schachner, a writer, illustrator, and performer, admired Louis C.K.'s work. They had met in the comedy scene. Ms. Schachner's former boyfriend was a comedy writer who had worked with Louis C.K. In 2003, when she called Louis with an invitation to her show, he said he was at work in an office as a writer on the series Cedric the Entertainer Presents. Their conversation quickly moved from the personal. Louis had seen photos of her on her boyfriend's desk, he said, and told her he thought she was cute, to unprofessional and inappropriate. She said she heard the blinds coming down. Then he slowly started telling her his sexual fantasies, breathing heavily and talking slowly. She realized he was masturbating and was dumbfounded. The call went on for several minutes, even though Ms. Schachner said, "I definitely wasn't encouraging it," but she didn't know how to end it either. "You want to believe it's not happening," she said. Also, in the documentary, it points out that at multiple points, like, Louis reached out to women who he harassed, who he put in these positions, and apologized. Like, he never in writing wrote, "I'm sorry for masturbating in front of you. I'm sorry for like sexually harassing you on the phone." But he would reach out and say like, "Hey, I'm aware that I did things to you." And this was before the New York Times article came out. And they would be like, "Okay, yeah, that was, it was terrible, but thank you for apologizing. I forgive you." Like, in a weird way. And it's hard to say, like, was it damage control? Was this a guy who was just aware of how he was harming women and would regret it later, but then would keep going on to do it? But there were multiple points that he reached out to women who in the past he had harmed and would send like an email without specifics, but acknowledging that he had done something bad. Okay. Despite for years afterwards, Miss Shockner said she felt angry and betrayed by an artist that she looked up to, and she wondered what she could have done differently. I felt very ashamed. And this is the culture that keeps victims in the shadows, that shames victims when they come forward. It's always, well, why didn't you XYZ? And what that does is it puts the onus, it puts the responsibility on victims to be responsible for the behavior that's happening to them, for the misconduct that's happening to them, versus asking, why did that man do that in the first place? Why do we live in a society where it has been normalized, where we have been socialized to believe that men can act however they want to, and it's women's responsibility, it's victims' responsibility to handle themselves properly? That, like, it's just over and over and over again. It's such a repetition of the saying, well, why did she stay on the phone? Well, why didn't they immediately flee? Where, first of all, you are not taking into account any factors involved when something like that is happening, okay? And I will tell, I mean, how many of us in here can attest to our own experiences when we have been harassed, when something shocking has happened to us, where you don't know how to respond? And after the fact, it's easy to be like, oh, well, yeah, that person should have just left. Okay. But why was that responsibility on the person who was being victimized? And why do you think it's so easy in the moment to respond in the way that seems logical to you? Because what's happening is not logical. Your brain, your brain chemistry doesn't know how to handle what's happening to you, or in many instances, you're frightened. You don't want to push back on the person because you're afraid what will happen after. You worry about, just a multitude of factors for these women. They didn't know, will Louis get angry? Will this affect my career? Blah, blah, blah. I mean, there's just so much that's going on. But first and foremost, it's the framing of the responsibility being on these women, the responsibility being on victims, rather than why are men allowed to do this in the first place? It can also take time to understand fully what has happened to you was wrong. Exactly. I mean, we've had this conversation a million times, but we have to keep having it. During Miss Goodman and Miss Wolof's surreal visit to Louis' Aspen hotel room, they said they were holding on to each other, screaming and laughing in shock as he had just masturbated in a chair. We were paralyzed. And by the way, that laughing in shock, please don't interpret that as laughing because they had such a good time. Literally, when you go into shock, when you are shocked by something, when something has happened that you can't comprehend, it's a coping mechanism. Yes. We were paralyzed, Miss Goodman said. After he ejaculated on his stomach, they said they fled. He called after them, which one is Dana and which one is Julia? Afterward, they ran into Charna Halpin, who owns improv theaters in Los Angeles and Chicago, where they had performed, and they relayed what had happened. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to tell them, said Miss Halpern. Miss Goodman and Miss Wolof decided against going to the police, unsure whether what happened was criminal, but felt that they had to respond in some way because something crazy happened to us, Miss Goodman said. Hoping that outrage would build against Louis and also to shame him, they began telling others about the incident the next day. But many people seemed to recoil, they said. Guys were backing away from us. Barely 24 hours after they left his hotel, we could already feel the backlash. Soon after, they understood from their managers that Louis' manager wanted them to stop telling people about their encounter with Louis. Lee Kernis, one of the women's managers at the time, confirmed on Thursday that he had a conversation with Louis' manager in which he told him that Louis' behavior towards the women had been offensive. Mr. Kernis also said that Mr. Becky was upset that the women were talking openly about the incident. Who is this manager? He manages some of the biggest comedic names. Mr. Becky denied making any threats toward the women. I don't recall the exact specifics of the conversation, but I know I never threatened anyone, he wrote by email on Thursday. Ms. Halpern and Robert Schroeder, Miss Goodman and Miss Wolof's agent at the time, said that the pair told them that they felt that they had been warned to stop talking. Mr. Becky arguably wields even more power in comedy than Louis. He represents Kevin Hart, Aziz Ansari, Amy Poehler, and other top performers. And his company, 3 Arts, puts together programming deals for nearly every platform. He is also a kingmaker. Goodman and Wolof moved to Los Angeles shortly after the Aspen Festival, but we were coming here with a bunch of enemies. Gren Wells, a filmmaker who befriended the comedy duo in 2002, said that the incident and the warning, which they told her about soon after Aspen, hung heavily over both of them. This is something that they were freaked out about. In the years since, Goodman and Wolof have found some success, but they remained concerned about Mr. Becky and took themselves out of the running for the many projects that he was involved in. Though their humor is in line with what he produces, we know immediately that we can never even submit our material. Jokes about masturbation have been a regular part of Louis' stage shows. In one bit, he complains about not being able to find a private place in his house to do it. I'm on the streets now, he says. I've got nowhere to go. In another bit, he laments being a prisoner of his perversions. Just the constant perverted sexual thoughts, he says, and then mimes masturbating. It makes me into a moron. Tig Notaro is one of the few in the fiercely insular comedy world to speak out against him. And as a reminder, when this report came out, when these allegations came out, and immediately after, and we will read that next, Louis released a response where he owns up to it. He said, yes, I did all those things. You had comedians like Dave Chappelle who were literally mocking the victims, okay, referring to one of them as a brittle ass. It didn't matter that Louis owned up. It didn't matter that Louis owned up to having done these things, to having abused his power. Like, even then, you had big male comedians and men in media, and especially like the anti-cancel culture men who were defending Louis and saying that these women are whiny bitches. But Tig was one of the few to speak out against him. Her comedy received, and then otherwise the rest of them were like very silent. Her career received a huge boost when he released her comedy album in 2012 about her cancer diagnosis, but their relationship has crumbled and she now feels trapped by her association with him. Her fear is that he released my album to cover his tracks. He knew it was going to make him look like a good guy supporting a woman. She said she learned of his reputation after they sold the series to Amazon, and a recent storyline is a fictional treatment of the alleged masturbation episodes. Sadly, I've come to learn that Louis' victims are not only real, but many are actual friends of mine within the comedy community, like Miss Corey, who confided in her. In his forthcoming film about a television writer whose teenage daughter is wooed by a Woody Allen type, one character aggressively mimics masturbating in front of others. The content has raised eyebrows. Given the rumors surrounding Louis, the movie plays like an ambiguous moral inventory of an excuse for everything that allows sexual predators to thrive, open secrets, toxic masculinity, and powerful people getting the benefit of the doubt. Yet in an interview with The Times in September, where I Love You Daddy was shown, Louis dismissed stories of his alleged sexual misconduct as rumors and said the notion that the masturbation scenes referred to them never occurred to him. It's funny, I didn't think of that, he said. In private, though, he appears to have acknowledged his behavior. In 2009, 6 years after their phone call, Ms. Schockner received a Facebook message from Louis apologizing. Last time I talked to you ended in a sordid fashion. That was a bad time in my life, and I'm sorry. He added that he had seen some of Ms. Schockner's comedy and thought she was funny. I remember thinking what a repulsive person I was being by responding the way that I did, he wrote. Ms. Schockner accepted his apology and told him she forgave him. But the original interaction left her deeply dispirited and was one of the things that discouraged her from pursuing comedy. In 2015, a few months before the now defunct website Defamer circulated rumors of Louis' alleged sexual misconduct, Ms. Corey also received an email from Louis, which was obtained by The Times, saying he owed her a very, very, very late apology. When he phoned her, he said he was sorry for shoving her in a bathroom. Ms. Corey replied that he had never done that, but had instead asked to masturbate in front of her. Responding in a shaky voice, he acknowledged it and said, "Oh, I used to misread people back then." The call confounded her, Miss Corey said. Not only had he misremembered the incident, which made her think there were other moments of misconduct, he also implied that she had done something to invite his behavior. It's unfair that he's put me or anyone else in this position. Goodman and Wolof said that with the other allegations swirling around the entertainment world, they could no longer stay silent. Because of this moment, as gross as it is, we feel compelled to speak. And let me just remind you that when victims come forward who are alleging things against powerful men, the reason that they do that is so that they can finally tell their truth, say what had happened to them, but also with the hope that it will prevent this from happening to any other women. That is a big reason why people choose to come forward, why victims choose to come forward. Obviously, you know, in some cases, like with Kevin Spacey, they were male victims coming forward. But they do this because the hope is that this will stop this guy from doing this to anyone else. And it's a very brave thing to do. It's being done with the knowledge, especially now, that there will be intense backlash, that you will forever be associated with this. And imagine being one of these women in comedy. You don't have the power, you don't have the resume, the name that Louis C.K. has built for himself. So when your name is Googled, the biggest thing that will pop up is that you accuse Louis C.K. of masturbating in front of you. That like you're forever going to be tied to this. That you can never escape it because that's, you know, that's just unfortunately what you are now tied to. But because you can't escape it because you will be harassed from it. Fans of whoever it is that you have made allegations against will relentlessly come after you for daring to ask that they have some compassion. Joel, thank you so much for the gifted, and Small Kitty, thank you for the 7 months. Tig Notaro said she was standing in support of those with the courage to speak up against such a powerful figure, as well as the multitude of women still out there not quite ready to share their nightmares. Okay, so, sorry, it's a lot of reading. I just wanted to revisit the New York Times piece from 2017, just so we remember how this all started. Okay, so shortly after that, Louis releases a statement. And here's his statement. I want to address the stories told to the New York Times by 5 women named Abby, Rebecca, Dana, and Julia, who felt able to name themselves, and the one who did not. These stories are true. At the time, I said to myself that what I did was okay because I never showed a woman my dick without asking first, which is also true. But what I learned later in life, too late, is that when you have power over another person, asking them to look at your dick isn't a question. It's a predicament for them. The power that I had over these women is that they admired me, and I wielded that power irresponsibly. I have been remorseful of my actions, and I have tried to learn from them and run from them. Now I'm aware of the extent of the impact of my actions. I learned yesterday the extent to which I left these women who admired me feeling badly about themselves. Well, in addition, like they're, either leaving comedy, they're losing out on opportunities because of people like his manager, because of the circle that forms around a powerful man to protect him. And so if anybody dares to disrupt that, then the consequences are going to fall on them. But anyway, I also took advantage of the fact that I was widely admired in my and their community, which disabled them from sharing their story and brought hardship to them when they tried, because people who look up to me didn't want to hear it. I didn't think that I was doing any of that because my position allowed me not to think about it. There's nothing about this that I forgive myself for, and I have to reconcile it with who I am, which is nothing compared to the task I left them with. I wish I had reacted to their admiration of me by being a good example to them as a man and given them some guidance as a comedian, including because I admired their work. The hardest regret to live with is what you've done to hurt someone else, and I can hardly wrap my head around the scope of hurt that I brought on them. I'd be remiss to exclude the hurt that I've brought on people who I work with and have worked with, whose professional and personal lives have been impacted by all this, including projects currently in production. The cast and crew of Better Things, Baskets, The Cops, One Mississippi, and I Love You, Daddy. I deeply regret that this has brought negative attention to my manager, Dave Becky. No, fuck Dave Becky. No. Fuck Dave Becky, who only tried to mediate a situation that I caused. I've brought anguish and hardship to the people at FX who have given me so much. The Orchard who took a chance on my movie, and every other entity that has bet on me through the years. I brought pain to my family, my friends, my children, and their mother. I have spent my long and lucky career talking and saying anything I want. I will now step back and take a long time to listen. Thank you for reading. Okay, so a lot with this statement, but ultimately what I will say is this was a rarity in that you actually had someone as famous and powerful as Louis, who had been accused of things, who owned up to it. This does not happen, right? This is such a rarity that a lot of people wanted to believe that this represented a possible path of redemption for not just someone like Louis, but other men who have committed wrongdoing that's not like serial sexual offenses, okay? Because Louis technically did not commit sexual crimes. This was not a Bill Cosby or Harvey Weinstein situation, which under the law is more clear cut. But this was a guy who abused his power, who sexually harassed women, who put them in very difficult positions that had short-term and long-term consequences on their personal and professional lives. And he admitted to doing it. Sacknock, thank you for the prime. And we've been having this conversation in the wake of Me Too of how do we move forward with guys like Louis C.K. who are responsible for sexual misconduct, but misconduct that doesn't fall under under the criminal category, but who, like many men, have been socialized and it has been normalized to be acceptable to behave however you want. Like, we live in a society that has normalized this behavior, especially if you have money, if you have fame, if you have power, right? That you can do what you want and nothing will happen to you. Okay, so that was the initial response from a lot of people after his apology dropped. Of course, you had people who were like, oh, he didn't do anything wrong. Like, whatever, he was weird, but he didn't do anything wrong. But there were quite a few people who I would say are now like back to fully supporting Louis and just like kind of doing so in an environment that is no longer receptive to Me Too stories, in an environment that treats Me Too stories, victims coming forward as an inconvenience, as whining, as like PC woke bullshit. There were people at the time when, like 7 years ago, when he owned up to it, who were like, okay, what he did was wrong. We acknowledge that what he did was wrong. The question is like, where do we go from here? And there's still no general consensus, right? There's still no rules that dictate what to do next, right? And I will say that I think my belief is, and I'm like, please don't think that I'm saying this and I still uphold this for Louis, because a lot has happened since then and we're going to get into it. But my belief is like, there are so many men who are responsible for having behaved badly, for having victimized people because of the normalization in our society that like men can do what they want, that men, you know, it like, yeah, you can do whatever the fuck you want and you won't face any, like, there's no problems from that. And because of this, like, there's more Louis C.K.'s than there aren't Louis C.K.'s. I don't mean like specifically men who have masturbated in front of women without their consent, but I mean men who abuse their position, who abuse their, you know, privilege, power, etc. And whether, you know, intentionally or not, victimized women or victimized other men. And because this is the sad reality, like, and because we do want society to be better, we want to progress, we want to no longer be socialized to this, for this to be a normal thing. Like, we have to have these conversations around how do we move forward? Like, how can redemption be possible? You know, there's no concrete answers to that, but it's important to have these conversations. Like, what does that look like? So that way we don't live in an environment, you know, we're not living in a culture where A, men continue to act with impunity, B, like, men are afraid to admit their wrongdoing, to change their behavior because they think it'll ruin their lives. C, that like people won't come forward because they think that there's no point to it. And D, that like if we don't have a path for change, for progress, for being better, then there is no point to having these conversations. There is no point to trying like to these movements for change. And look, I don't mean it to be that when a victim comes forward, the most important thing is, oh, how can this man be redeemed? That's not what it is, right? But these conversations around changing bad behavior, like facing accountability for that, and genuinely working to change that, and being a good influence in other men's lives, like is an important thing for us to be doing and talking about. Okay. So yeah, this was like the conversation when Louis releases this statement, and it was almost like relieving that he did take responsibility. So there was no question about it, right? Like, the facts aren't being disputed as they are in so many of these cases where the men are like, I didn't do anything wrong. These women are lying. I didn't do shit, blah, blah, blah. Like, he actually, he fully admitted to it and seemed to demonstrate an understanding of why what he did was wrong, to demonstrate an understanding of power dynamics, right? Of how he had all the power in these situations, and so there was not consent. And also, like, to be clear, you know, we have conversations about how saying yes is not really consent when, like, you know, when there's power at play here where you're, you know, you don't know what else to do. You're afraid because this man is so powerful and like your job, blah, blah. But like, it needs to be noted that a few of these women explicitly did not say yes. Okay. That needs to be noted. So this was not that every woman you know, like Louis heard the word yes, go ahead, and so in his mind thought it was consensual. No, that's not the case. That's not the case, okay? All right, so 9 months go by. 9 months go by. Louis has been laying low. He loses his movie. He loses his TV deals. He loses like $30 million in the span of 48 hours, you know? We're like, oh my gosh, Louis is actually facing consequences for these bad things that he had done. All right. And then as Louis is laid low for 9 months, of course, other powerful men are exposed. This conversation around cancel culture, around, people just going absolutely nuts about this being a witch hunt, about yada, yada, yada. This is ongoing. And then Louis makes his first appearance back to comedy. He shows up at the Comedy Cellar, which is a famous comedy spot in New York where both newbies starting out can get a shot to perform and famous people show up. So you might have somebody who's like brand new to comedy performing, and then 2 sets later, you've got Chris Rock. Like, it's a place that frequently a lot of very famous comedians show up, and that's why it's like such a big hot spot. Okay. So Louis shows up unannounced, and audio from his set leaks. This is the first set that he has done. This is the first time he's reappeared since he released that statement where he said, where he takes accountability, where he says, I'm going to be stepping back. I'm going to be listening, like blah, blah, blah. Okay. So within this, when he appears on stage and does this set, he demonstrates absolutely none of that. None whatsoever. And in fact, appears pretty fucking angry, like bitter. And that seems to be a recurring theme now within his comedy. Within his comedy post Louis cancellation. So he shows up. He is basically taken a 180 from the Louis who wrote that statement and said, I'm going to be taking a step back. I'm going to be listening and I'm going to be learning. All right. So this was an unannounced set once again, and bootleg audio from the show leaks. And what he does is he bemoans the money that he's lost. He fumes over young people and political correctness. He says jokes about the respective penis sizes of various ethnic groups. He tells a joke like about the Parkland kids and why you shouldn't have to listen to them just because they got shot. It's just like it's very bizarre. Like, it's very bizarre, and very bizarre especially for this being his first set back from having stepped away after admitting to sexual misconduct. One of the jokes he makes is about the R word. He bemoans being unable to use the word as an apparent compromise on his freedom of self-expression. So he, like a lot of other comedians, like how a lot of other white comedians have been behaving, not just white comedians. I mean, Dave Chappelle has been terrible at this as well. Let's just say male comedians. How a lot of male comedians have been behaving is to bemoan cancel culture, right? It's like a huge part of male comedy now. And Louis shows back up, and like that's seemingly what he's doing as well. And it's like, wait, wasn't this a guy who acknowledged his wrongdoing, who acknowledged why it was wrong, and who said that he was going to step back to listen and to learn? Like, what happened to that guy? Louis also mocked Asian men and black men and non-binary people with a joke saying, you should address me as they, them because I identify as gender neutral. oh, okay, you should address me as there because I identify as a location, and the location is your mother's cunt. Like, it was offensive comedy, but without any philosophizing, without any point to the offense. It simply was just offensive to be offensive. And that's never been who Louis was. But it's like, oh, okay, so this is the new Louis. This is the Louis who, in his mind, has been canceled, who actually, no, you know what? He's not sorry, and this is bullshit. What happened to him, he lost a bunch of money, and that was wrong. It's a kind of comedy that's so lacking in depth or insight that it's not worth examining on its own in any more detail. What's notable, though, is the broader implication of the new jokes representing his alleged efforts at redemption. Over the years, his comedy evolved, as any comics will, but at their best and most well-known, his jokes were about interrogating himself as a means of interrogating American culture. Right. It was about being self-deprecating. It was about owning up to the truths of society, of the things that are really fucked up, so that we can like be better. He was like a comedian who was like a moral conscience for people, you know? As CK shuffled uncomfortably on stages and sets, clad in rumpled t-shirts and slouchy dad jeans, he served as his own act's useful idiot. CK, author and character at once, played the privileged guy who, he'd be the first to admit it, didn't fully deserve his privilege. It was classic observational humor, bending its lens to examine the warped terrain of his own psyche. And while it was winking and postmodern and self-hating and self-elevating, it also contained an implied transaction. Hearing CK's confession would offer for his audience its own kind of reconciliation. His performed selfishness could seem, in its twisted way, generous. This is like old Louis C.K. But while offense in that sense has always been an element of CK's comedy, offense is a means of inflicting discomfort, and thus the promise went of illuminating awkward realities. Offense now is all that there is. The layer of alleged truth-telling is entirely missing from the new material. The leaked set, doesn't merely punch down, it stomps to the bottom. None of it is smart or brave, it's simply cruel. And yet it tries to justify itself by suggesting that CK himself has been the recipient of cruelty. One of the key moments of the leaked set comes when someone, either by walking out or shooting him a look, seems to question as he complains about being unable to use the R word. He responds with a rant. What are you gonna do? Take away my birthday? My life is over. I don't give a shit. You can be offended. It's okay. You can get mad at me anyway. So, yeah, I mean, Louis' period of reflection, Louis' period of looking back on the women who he had harmed and looking forward as to how he can be better if he returns to society, returns to comedy, which, let's be honest, there was never really a question of like, was Louis going to come back, you know? Never really a question about that. But in that 9 months, all that Louis seemed to have learned was, actually, I'm a victim. Actually, I had everything taken away from me. Actually, I deserve to be pissed off. And you know what? It's not just these women who I'm pissed off at. It's not just the reporters, the investigative reporters who I'm pissed off at. It's all of these groups who I chalk up to be the PC woke bullshit, right? And I'm just going to unleash it all, because what do I have to fucking lose? All right. So that's his return set. And he continues to show up to Comedy Center. He starts doing Madison Garden again. He is, in essence, back. Like, Louis back. And you want to know what happens? His fans welcome him back with open arms. They do. And they look at it as either this was a guy who served his time. You know, he was gone for 9 months. He served his time, so he deserves a second chance. Or they looked at it as he never should have had to do that in the first place. He didn't commit a crime, so he never should have had to face that cancellation. Because the sad reality is that a lot of people gauge their morality off of, was it illegal or was it not illegal? And if it wasn't under the law, technically a crime, then they can justify that as being okay, as being something that's not a big deal. And it's one of those where a lot of people have chosen not to draw a line anywhere. Or if they've chosen to draw a line, that line is, well, were they a serial criminal offender? My line is Harvey Weinstein and everything under Harvey Weinstein is okay. Because that's what you hear all the time. They'll be like, oh, well, Louis C.K. was no Harvey Weinstein, thereby justifying that what Louis did was okay because he wasn't a Harvey Weinstein. Or, oh, well, that guy is not a Bill Cosby, thereby what that guy did was all right, was acceptable, that other guys who do stuff like that is acceptable because as long as they weren't committing serial crimes, then we're good. And everything else then falls under cancellation culture that is unfair to the man who's quote unquote being canceled. And God damn it, we have to stop saying they're being canceled because let's be fucking real. Powerful men don't actually get canceled. If you're a powerful man who's committed crimes like Harvey Weinstein, don't call it canceled. Call it like criminally prosecuted. Because otherwise there is no fucking thing as being canceled. Yeah. That's not canceled. That's the law. The law. That's the law. Okay. Sorry, guys. I have to grab more water. I have such dry mouth and I'm talking a lot. Okay. Oofda. All right. So I want to show you guys a clip of Louis' first official special back. So his first official special back, Sincerely Louis C.K., is what he won the Grammy for. So he does this unannounced set at the Comedy Cellar. And after that, he's back. He starts performing more. And then he releases Sincerely Louis C.K. in 2021. And it wins the Grammy for Comedy Album in 2022. And here is him.
I think it's pretty amazing when you think about it. The people used to say that
Here's the beginning, I think like the beginning of his special.
being gay was wrong. Pretty recently, folks used to, like most people used to say, that being gay was wrong. Of course, it's not wrong to be gay. I mean,
also, meanwhile, he's been going on a number of programs. He goes on like Joe Rogan. He goes on a bunch of comedy podcasts. He does a bunch of interviews. And the whole vibe is, we're so happy you're back, Louis. Like, happy to have you back. You're absolutely killing it. Blah, 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 blah. And And like, that's that, okay?
It's pretty gay, but it's not wrong. But that's what people used to say. And now nobody says that. And I think that's a positive change. I think that's a good thing. Although I do wonder if there are gay people who miss when it was wrong. Maybe there's a few who miss when it was, because wasn't it a little
They say it genuinely. Like, I think I have a couple clips pulled that we'll look
more
at it.
fun when it was like, this is fucking crazy? Like, didn't that give it a little zhuzh, a little... I could lose my job. Oh, fuck. Because now they're like everybody else, which is great. And they can get married. That's terrific. But is that fun to fuck your husband at your house? Wasn't it more fun to be in an old nightclub at 4 a.m. like, I'm breaking my mother's heart? Oh, yeah. I don't know. I don't even mean just gay people. Just some people like when sex is a little fucked up, you know?
Okay, here we go.
Some people like when sex is a little fucked up. All right. No. All right, you want to talk about it? Should we talk about it? Yeah, all right. I don't mind talking about it. Okay. Here's what I'll do. I'll give you some advice. Here's some advice that really only I can give you. Here's my advice. If you ever ask somebody, can I jerk off in front of you? Just let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. Fuck. Okay. If you ever ask somebody, may I jerk off in front of you? And they say yes. Just say, are you sure?
Dude, the fucking framing of this already, what he's insinuating is that these women said yes. That's what he's saying there. That these women who he jerked off in front of, some who when they'd be on the phone call, like a business phone call, some, you know, the duo who he invited back to his hotel room to like just have a drink after the show, who did not say yes, women who said no. Like, he is framing this as these women all explicitly said yes.
That's the first part. And then if they say yes, just don't fucking do it. Just don't do it. Because look, whatever you're into, okay? Because everybody's got their thing. Whatever
Everybody's got their thing. Whatever you're into.
your thing is, I don't know. You all have your thing. I don't know what your thing is. You're so fucking lucky that I don't know what your thing is. Do you understand how lucky you are that people don't know your fucking thing? Because everybody knows my thing. Everybody knows my fucking thing now. Obama knows my thing. Do you understand?
So what he's doing here is he's framing this as a kink, okay? He's framing this as a kink where it's not about having a kink. It's not the kink that's a problem, okay? It's not, oh, when you are like consensually engaged in sex with someone and your thing is jacking off in front of them, then that's a bad thing. That's not what this is here. Kinks are built on consent, exactly. But he is like revising the facts of what happened to make this into, yeah, I'm a guy who's got a weird kink, okay? And you know what I've realized is people don't like that kink. Like, even when they say they like the kink, they don't like the kink. And that is not what fucking happened. How, again, do we have the Louis who in 2017 acknowledged what he did, acknowledged why it was wrong, and like the situation, the surrounding circumstances that allowed him to do those things that he did, and how there was not consent. Like, there was not consent to what he did. How do we go from that to the angry, I'm a victim, surprise set, to this, which is him rewriting the narrative? That's what this is. And his audience is laughing and going along with it. And what they're saying with that laughter is, we agree that that's what this was. This was not sexual harassment, that there were no consequences on these women's lives, that nothing bad happened to them personally and professionally because of what Louis did. And it gives them permission to laugh. And I want to be clear, like I said earlier, I am not in the business of every person who's been outed to have committed misconduct to be responsible for bad behavior, that like it's Jover, right? There's no path forward. There's no possibility of redemption, of returning to society, of return, blah, 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 blah. I and most people don't think that way. However, if you have not demonstrated, I love Caroline, but this is misinformation. Please explain to me how it's misinformation. What part is misinformation? I'm giving you the floor. I'm being 100% serious. What part is misinformation? This was, like I said, a rare instance of a guy who, when allegations came out about him, owned up to it. He said, yeah, I did those things. And he's not coming out and saying, I didn't do those things, but he's reframing it as those things weren't bad because actually it was just a kink. Sarah Silverman was what? What are you talking about? We haven't mentioned Sarah's. Were you not here when we went through the New York Times piece? Sarah Silverman was not mentioned in that piece. If you haven't been here for the entire discussion, do not say this is misinformation, because you're missing out on important information. And I know that people love to do this in a Twitch chat where they'll miss really important information. They will not do anything to like catch up, but they'll jump into the conversation and say, you're lying, this is misinformation, when that is not the truth, and that is very dangerous, and what you're doing is spreading misinformation. No, I've been here, I'm just eating. Okay, well, that's actually worse that you've been here, because that means that you're not listening at all because it doesn't matter to you. Do you see how you're not coming off as the good party in this situation? If you've been here, if you heard me go through every detail of the New York Times account, and the reason that I did that, the reason that I read every fucking word, was so we wouldn't be in this situation where people don't remember what the reporting was. We went through it all. We went through his response, and now we're going through like what has happened subsequently. So I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting on how this is misinformation. It's not. I'll save you the trouble. I'll give you the answer. It's not misinformation. And unfortunately, a lot of people do this where they want to keep supporting their fave. And so they purposefully choose to not believe the information. They have like selective amnesia. And look, guys, we all have to make our decisions on like what our line is. You have to draw a line. You can't just have no line, but it's your line to draw. You know, it's the separating art from artist conversation type of thing. But you are not allowed to dismiss the people who were victimized by your fave. You can't do that. It's easier to do that so that you can continue to be a willing participant, a blindfold willing participant, so you can laugh along with jokes like this. Bro, they specifically said yes and after laughed because they didn't think he meant it, while knowing from Sarah that he did it with her, and so it was. Okay, you are not making a substantive argument whatsoever. You're saying that they should have known he was serious about masturbating because Sarah knew he was serious, which that's insane to say. But also, if they knew he was serious about masturbating, how does that make it okay? And also, they didn't fucking say yes. You didn't listen to the piece. You're going to make me lose my fucking mind. Why you, please do not participate in a conversation when you're not fucking listening. I say this every time we cover something like this, and every time you fuckers do this, where you're not actually listening, or you've made up your own narrative in your head because you don't want to have to like accept reality. You don't want to have to accept the facts. Because when you accept the facts, that means that you have to have some fucking compassion for people who have been victimized by your goddamn fave. And how dare you take a moment to empathize or have any compassion? Oh no, it's an inconvenience to you. Just admit it. That's what it is. You don't want to be inconvenienced. And I know I'm going after one chatter, but this applies to a lot of people. A lot of people. I'm speaking in general. Because it's not just one chatter. There are a lot of people who do this. And you have to fucking own up to the fact that that is what you are doing. You do not want to be inconvenienced. You do not want to have to change anything. You want to continue to support whoever it is that you love and not have to reckon with what they did. And I'm not telling you that you can't listen to said musician, that you can't watch so-and-so's movies, that you can't listen to Louis C.K. No, you can do whatever the fuck you want, but you're not allowed to pretend that that stuff isn't true. You're not allowed to act as if they didn't do wrongdoing. You're not allowed to be a goddamn fucking coward who doesn't want to be inconvenienced. And I know you're going to keep doing it. People will keep doing it. You know, it's one of those, like the guy said in the trailer, he's like, look, we all have our moments of hypocrisy and this is mine. We're okay. He's owning up to like, he's being morally hypocritical by choosing to continue to support someone who very clearly is demonstrating that actually, no, he's not sorry for what he did. That actually, he never should have had to even face any consequences in the first place. So at least that guy in the trailer goes, yeah, I know I'm being a hypocrite, but I'm choosing to be. But for a lot of y'all, you won't even own up to being a hypocrite. No. Anyway, we're going to continue now. And I'm going to once more say that if you refuse to listen to the information that's being presented, and information that, sorry, but in this case, you can't factually dispute, okay? Because the guy at the center of it fucking admitted to it. But if you're choosing to do that, then shut the fuck up. If you want to support Louis and not have to reckon with anything that he has done and how he's handling it now, like, that's on you, okay? but just don't participate in the conversation. Just do it in silence.
How that feels to know that Obama was...
Unrelated, but I started watching Hacks because of your high praise, and holy shit, you're right. What an amazing show. Thank you for watching it.
was like, good Lord. Everybody in the world knows my thing. I got on an airplane in Italy. This little kid was like, Mama, that's the guy who jacked off in front of the people. So whatever your thing is, I don't know what it is. Maybe you can't come unless you have your father on speakerphone, whatever it is. If you want to do it with somebody else, you need to ask first. But if they say yes, you still don't get to just go, woo, and charge ahead. You got to check in often. I guess that's what I would say. Check in. Because it's not always clear how people feel. Like, men are taught to make sure the woman is okay. But
Yeah. Okay. So, I'm just repeating myself with explaining how this framing has totally distorted what actually happened. But another thing I want to add is this could have been Louis' comeback. Could have been a time for him to do what he's always done, which is reckon with uncomfortable truths, which is use comedy, which is to talk about things that are uncomfortable, to toe the line, to lean into the taboo, but ultimately to reveal the truth of things, and to have you to have you understand how something is fucked up, like something is wrong, to morally reckon with that thing. And yet he didn't do that. He could have recalled his joke about men being the greatest threat to women. He could have brought that joke back, right? Every Louis C.K. fan knows that joke. But he could have changed it up this time and going, yeah, and now I've walked the walk. I know this because I'm the greatest threat to women. There's just some way that he could have acknowledged what he did and why it was wrong, and still been funny, done his comedic thing, but been have a moral center to the joke. Sorry, I'm not explaining this that great, but I hope you know what I'm saying. It is such a shame that he didn't go that direction. And if that had been the case, I'm telling you, a lot more people would not be angry about his continued success, about him winning a Grammy, about him being nominated for another Grammy for his second album called Sorry, which is a continuation of the Sorry Not Sorry. Louis C.K. is demonstrating that he is not sorry, that he really actually didn't do anything wrong. And he has now won Grammy and another nomination since then. And yet the people who are upset about Louis are painted as shrill, blue-haired, PC psychopaths who just want to cancel powerful men, who if you've done something wrong, then they'll get the pitchforks and it doesn't matter what you do after. But that's operating under the assumption that men who have done bad things are actually atoning for it. When you talk about cancellation culture and how it's out of control and how all they want is, for these men to continue suffering, and when is enough, they should be allowed to come back. That's operating under the assumption that they've done anything to deserve that. to demonstrate that they have learned, that like they are actively working to be better. And that starts with owning what you fucking did. And when you have a platform, when your fame comes from getting on stage and talking to an audience every night, when the thing that you do revolves around the person that you are, you have to do that. He backslid from the limited understanding show when he wrote that early admission. If he wrote that by himself, seems doubtful now, perhaps because it was better for himself instead of any actual understanding. Maybe if there was a clear path to how he could actually better make amends. I mean, the thing is like, the sad reality is that if you're a powerful man, you can operate under the assumption that you'll be fine. You will have a career still. You'll be good. So the redemption thing is actually not necessary. Not the way that the not the way that the ride is still going here. But it doesn't mean that like that's not what needs to be happening. And so for Louis, it just, I don't know, it's extra disappointing because this could have been him setting an example, right? Where, yeah, Louis was going to come back regardless. He was going to come back regardless. He was going to have a career regardless. And he was welcomed back with open arms. He was, he's killing it. He's got a Grammy. But he could have set an example of what does that look like? What does the return to society and return to this position of fame and power that you have, what does that look like in the aftermath of having been exposed, of having committed, of having done bad things, of having victimized people? And he's not showing that. The
thing is, women know how to seem okay when they're not okay. So you can't just look at her face and be like, yeah.
And I'm sorry, this is just such an important conversation to have. And the thing is that like we can't even say things like that because it gets turned into, oh my God, you've blown everything out of proportion. Oh my God, who cares? Oh my God, what do you want from him? Oh my God, so you think people don't deserve second chances? Oh my God, this is why cancel culture is the fucking worst because you guys are just in it to cancel. It's like we can't even have these conversations now because so many people are reacting to a relatively small window of when powerful men were being exposed and consequences were being had. And like we seem to be shifting in this direction of, oh, abuse of power is really bad. And we're going to be getting better at this. We're going to be making sure that we live in a society where this is not happening all the time. I'm sorry. It feels like we've just so fallen off the tracks.
Yeah, her eyes are dry. We're fine. Let's just keep going. You got to check in. Because communication during sex can be very confusing. Like sometimes you're with a woman, you're having sex, she's making noises. She's going like, ooh,
Con/blitz,
like,
think
oh,
of 15 months.
Not necessarily. Sometimes they're making those noises just to get through it. Because it's easier to go, ooh, than to say, I hate how you fuck me. Honestly, it's awful. So she goes, ooh, baby. It's kind of like a Negro spiritual. It's sort of similar.
Yeah, this part.
So to assume that she likes it is like if they heard slaves singing in the fields and you're like, hey, they're having a great time out there.
So, like, this is typical Louis outrage bait. But, you know, the point underneath is how ridiculous is it that, you know, that you would think that this was the case. I'll let the joke continue.
As far as my thing, I don't know what the fuck. People are like, why do you want to do it anyway? Okay, I don't know. I like jerking off. I don't like being alone. That's all I can tell you. I get lonely.
Yep. But by doing the joke like that, what he's doing is, rather than the old Louis way, where, like, you know, that's the Louis that was dependent on you knowing that he actually is not a guy who would do things to women that would, he wouldn't harass women. He wouldn't put them in these uncomfortable situations. He's not a creep to women. The new Louis, knowing everything that Louis did, knowing how he's handled things, and then hearing this joke and understanding that what he's burying beneath this, outrage bait, what he's burying is him saying that these women, what he's burying is what actually happened. And so instead it comes across as all these women consented. All these women said yes. He's reducing what he's done to haven't we all been here and we all fucked up, whom amongst us? Yeah, and he compares it to like, oh, slaves in the field singing songs. Oh, wow, they must be so happy. Of course they're not happy type of thing. But that doesn't land, that doesn't work when you realize like why he's doing the joke this way. You know, what he's saying and what he's minimizing.
Where is everyone? It's just sad. I like company. I like to share. I'm good at it too. If you're good at juggling, you wouldn't do it alone.
Yeah, and then this next part is him saying he's good at masturbating. So that's why he just wanted to share it with people. It's like juggling. If you're good at juggling, you don't do it alone. You want to share it with people. Just so poorly handled, so disappointing, so gross to see him take this path, you know? Like a real missed opportunity to like have a moral moment here. You know? And the thing is that your audience is going to go along with you. They're laughing at this. They're condoning this. They think that this is great. But if he were to have taken a different path, like they would have been receptive to that. They would have like they wouldn't have like gotten up and walked out because Louis was being thoughtful with his comedy here. All right. So that's his first special, Louis C.K. It wins the Grammy. Then here's him with
the Joe Rogan.
Here's him with Joe Rogan. All right. Oops. Oopsie. Okay, I gotta run to the bathroom. Bathroom break. Okie dokes.
An experience.
The thing I'm excited, and I have to bring it back to my stupid plug, but the garden show. I haven't been, I used to do it.
Matana,
It was
thank you for the tier
normal
1.
to do the garden for me before, which is not a good thing.
Right.
Like I remember Chris Rock saying to me once after a show at the garden, he's like, you like, this is like a club for you where you try shit out now. Because I did it like 5 times in a week. I just take the subway, I take the C train up, do the garden and leave. Like I don't party after I just do show.
Right.
But that went away and I hadn't been there for a while. But now to me, this one show, there's like this very exciting thought.
Yeah.
To just do one. And the set I've prepared for it is not a rock star set. It's pretty gritty. It's pretty. I mean, it all kills.
It's similar to what I saw at the Creek.
Yeah, I've been working on it since. So there's a lot of new stuff.
Yeah.
But it's the idea of being surrounded by these 18,000 people in this elite arena, and saying some of this stuff, but also knowing that I've crafted it, so it's not just reckless. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm really excited about. 38 years in comedy, I don't get that excited, but I'm really excited.
I'm excited
about
for it too. I love that you've made this return, and then you experienced a bunch of resistance, but now it's kind of gone. And
yeah, just keep doing it. Just keep doing it.
Yeah, and now you're doing shit that's really being recognized. Like you won a fucking Emmy.
Yeah, I got a Grammy. I got one.
I love how dumb Joe Rogan is that he doesn't even know the difference between Emmy and Grammy. I just have to point that out. You want to know the sad thing is that Joe is better than other male podcasters and comedians and just like right-wing commentators such as Ben Shapiro who've just mocked the victims. There was never any empathy at all. Of course not. But yeah, this is the common response. Like I've watched quite a few interviews of Louis after his return, and all of it is, I'm so happy you're back. Like you've come back. And you're so, you had to deal with all this resistance, but it's great that like you overcame it type of thing. And of course that's how they're going to say it. But again, what that does is it frames the narrative as everyone who's against Louis C.K. being against him no matter what. That because he had done these terrible things, because he was found out, that they were just looking for the rest of his life to condemn him, to pitchfork and fire and pitchforks every time if Louis C.K. pops up, type of thing, and it just absolutely minimizes the reality of why, or just erases the reality of why a lot of people are upset. It wasn't just Louis returning. It was the way that he reframed everything. Just notice anyone who disagrees is getting timed out. Why silence people who don't agree? Okay, you know what? How about this from now on? Mods, you don't have to time people out. For people who disagree, let me hear it. Let me hear. What is it that you disagree on? What have I said? What have I said that you disagree on? I'm also timing out people who are being rude to chatters who are dumb as hell, so we don't have... No, that's good. That's good. No, you're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. Joe Rogan isn't stupid. Wait, who's the fucking person who disagreed with me in the first place? I don't even know what... It's like, is that the disagreement? Okay, so anything? Nothing. Okay. If I'm missing this valiant disagreement that someone has that they've been able to put forth, Look, if you disagree, you won't be timed out. If you're being a fucking asshole to other chatters, you will be timed out. Let's just get that straight. Okay? If you disagree with what I have to say, well, hopefully you got something to back it up with and not just that you haven't listened to anything that I've said and so you're just presuming things. You won't be timed out. But if you are being a dick, you'll be timed out.
Grammy,
Grammy since I came back. Yeah, that was
amazing.
nice. It's nice.
And I think you won a Grammy for the special. It was very funny, but I think the next one was. I think Sorry was even better.
Thank you, man.
I really
Thank
do.
You.
Sorry
that,
was
that,
amazing.
That got nominated for a Grammy, so we'll see what happens.
I hope it wins.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'd love it if you won 2 years in a row. I want to see people get crazy. Like, fucking
whatever.
bullshit.
Whatever.
God.
Yes, and again, it's this perceived, like, the people who get crazy, the people who are resisting, who are mad, they're mad simply because he's come back. That's the way it's been framed. It's, oh, Louis has come back, and so that's why all of these people are so crazy. And it has nothing to do with the manner of his return, and it has nothing to do with the way that people around him have welcomed him back at the expense of then shitting on his victims. Like, do we get that? Do we get that while simultaneously people have welcomed Louis back with open arms? They have shit on the women who spoke about him. That they continue to harass them. That these women, like, they are against their will, of course, now forever tied to this.
Damn it. I loved it. I got so angry when people were calling out your that leaked set.
Yeah,
when people are mad. Because to me, it was like, that's what he's always done.
No,
this
it's
is
actually
great
not
stuff.
true.
Like,
No, Joe has no understanding then of Louis' comedy. He has no understanding.
Not only that, you hadn't done stand-up in 10 months. I'm like, this is the seeds of a fantastic hour.
Well, it was
and you're only seeing like literally the first couple of times he's even
him saying that this is what Louis has always done is actually just not true. That leaked set was very different from how Louis is usually done his usually does his comedy. And that's also why a lot of people were like, what the fuck? What the hell is this? He's gone for 9 months, presumably working on himself, presumably, like, I don't know, doing things to show that he's sorry. And then he comes back with this set that is so atrociously offensive for the sake of being offensive, coming from a place where Louis is clearly bitter and angry. He truly said, like, what are you going to do? Take away my birthday? I've had my life ruined. We're like, he sees himself as a victim, and so he lashed out. It wasn't offensive comedy with any philosophizing underneath. It wasn't offensive comedy to make a point about uncomfortable truths. No, it was just giving angry old comedian who, goes down the pipeline of fuck cancel culture and woke bullshit.
Said these things aloud in public.
I literally was having a conversation with another comedian and came up with the bits and went on stage and did them. So it was the first time I'd done them. And I just got so excited to be back on stage because I had taken a long time off and there was resistance coming back, but I was in a club with my crowd for the first time. And so I was it was the only thing I regret is it was reckless because my life was very precarious. Things were tough and things were tough for my kids. So that created a bigger.
Yeah, you want to know who had one of the most disappointing responses to the Louis C.K. stuff? Janine Garofalo. Does anybody remember when Janine Garofalo was defending him by saying he has daughters? How dare you do this to him? Like, saying that to the victims of do you realize what you've done to his daughters? Oh, she was horrible. Horrible. And it's probably because, one, she's a shitty person, but two, he's been instrumental in her career as well. But yeah, it was fucking vile.
Huge stink bomb than anything else that had even happened.
The set did?
Yeah, the set was really, really hard. So I given how things were, I probably could have made jokes about a couple other things. I don't believe I did anything wrong.
You did what you always...
Given how things were, I probably could have made jokes about a couple things, but I don't think I did anything wrong. There's that like little bit of, ooh, maybe that wasn't the best set to come back with. But then you have Rogan, who's not going to push him on anything, right? Who's not going to be like, okay, let's get into that. Like, what do you think you should have done differently? Who's just like, you didn't do anything wrong.
I've always done this. The way it works is I say stuff that is the wrong thing to say. I hear the resistance to it, and then I work with it and work with it. And
you
it takes
are
a few
misrepresenting
shows
your own
for it
fucking
to be a
comedy,
safe bit to
dude.
do. But there's a few audiences that and that audience actually didn't didn't mind it, but it's not for regular consumption. It's like watching somebody practice piano and going like he sucks, or it's not, it wasn't supposed to. I think it's really bad that we don't have these barriers anymore, where there's speech that's for these few people, there's speech that we're gonna have a fun conversation where we're gonna get a little crazy. It's not for the whole world to see.
Well, what was infuriating to me was people that know that. They know what you're saying.
Yeah.
And they went after you. And I was like, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know, there's people that I won't talk to this day because of that.
Wow.
I was like, I'm not talking to you. Like, unless you want to make some, like, big public apology, or you want to apologize to me and tell me why you did it and what real feelings of insecurity and jealousy. But
Nobody can do that, though.
Tim Dillon put a great post on his page about what's really going on. He
Yeah.
put a great post on his Instagram, and that's when I became friends with Tim Dillon.
Right.
He wrote, you're getting a bunch of people that are mediocre comedians
Yeah.
and that are attacking him not
Wow.
really because of what he's saying, but because he's great and because they hate
Wow.
the fact
They hate me because they ain't me.
that he was getting any attention at all, and that should be theirs, and now they find some chance to move up in the social structure.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like to
me, all of that is totally true, and it makes me understand it. In other words, it makes me feel sympathy. It makes me go like, all right, if that's what you need to do, that's what you...
Dude, this is the cycle of abuse and impunity. Do we see this? Like, is this so clear?
Yes, I do.
It's not just the men who are responsible for the bad behavior. It's the men around them who are like, dude, these people are fucking bitches. They're jealous. They hate us because they ain't us. You did nothing wrong. You're a good guy. Like, you know, buddies. This is how the cycle of abuse of power and then the impunity for that abuse happens. And they all just, you know, they thrive off each other, telling one another that they're the victims. That these, you know, these psychos are out to get them. It's the boys club, man. You know, one of the things that I cover often on my stream are stories of powerful men in media and entertainment who have been exposed, okay? New York Times article drops, Rolling Stones article drops, and Ronan Farrow drops an article. And I feel as if I am now bitter because not just on stream covering this for so long, but like being in Hollywood in 2017 when Me Too was happening, and for the last 7 years, like being very involved in this conversation and, you know, in educating myself on all these things that I talk about on here. And I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of at a point where I'm not feeling really hopeful. I am I'm not feeling hopeful about power abusers, especially in a place like Hollywood. genuinely being held accountable, that like there being any cultural shift rather than just individual instances. Because that's what we're working towards. We're working towards a shift culturally to no longer normalize this in society. And man, it don't feel good. It don't feel good is what I'm gonna say. But we have to keep having these conversations. We do. I will say at least the difference between pre-Me Too, post-Me Too is that even though it does feel like we're experiencing a backlash, it does feel like for the steps that we took forward, we now are taking steps backward. Like we're still having these conversations though. And it does tend to be a generational divide. Older people respond to something like this and go, not a big deal. This shit happened all the time back in my day. Do you know how much worse has happened? This is nothing. This is normal. Yeah, that was normal. That is normal. But normal doesn't mean good. Normal does not mean good. Normal does not mean what we should want for ourselves. So you got the older generations with that attitude, and then younger generations who, because they're growing up in this time where we're trying to like not make these things normal. We're trying to have these conversations so that we move in a better direction. And so it's more likely that younger people aren't going to dismiss stuff like this. They're not just going to be like, oh, that was, it's fine. So much worse has happened. This kind of shit happens all the time.
I
get that.
I would prefer
It is no measure of health to be well adjusted to profoundly sick society.
to hang out with somebody who doesn't need to do that, but I get it. And
I can't be around them because
I understand that.
You can do that again. You could do that again.
Sure.
It's like having a snake in the room. Like you can have a snake in the room as long as you keep the lights on.
Aside from my shit, the thing that was a drag to me about comedy in the last few years was people who, any comedian who's out in the world saying that comedian shouldn't be saying these things.
Yeah.
That's a traitor to comedy.
Well, they always...
They're not a real comedian.
None of them are good.
They've learned some tricks so they can seem good and they might have a big audience. But they don't love this.
Right.
And that's a fucked up thing to do.
It's a fucked up thing to do, and it's always coming from a place of...
All right, whatever. We're going to move on to this other interview.
Can take it.
Yeah. So this is him on Tom Segura's podcast. This is after his second special has been released, which is called Sorry, which is why the documentary is Sorry, Not Sorry. But it's not just specific, it's Sorry, Not Sorry, not just in relation to Louis C.K., but in general, how male public figures are now adopting this Sorry, Not Sorry, and how it's being, they're being cheered. I mean, this has been Trump's MO. Trump doesn't even say sorry, not sorry. Trump just says not sorry. The only time that Trump has apologized, famously apologized, was during 2016, during the election, when the Access Hollywood tape came out, where Trump talks about assaulting women. You grab them by the pussy when you're a star, they let you do anything. A lot of backlash to that. Trump apologized in a sorry for my words type of thing, and then immediately went in to be like, yeah, but do you know how much worse Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton and all these other things are? But aside from that, Trump famously does not apologize. Here's a perfect example. So at a Trump rally, I can't remember which one, he mistook a Trump fan for a protester. And he went in on this Trump fan who was fat, this fat guy, and he's like mocking him and he's being so ruthless to him, not knowing that in fact this guy is a supporter of his. So the story gets reported on, and at first, like, we have a statement from the Trump team that Mr. Trump has called, so-and-so and has apologized and yada, yada. But then a correction comes in for the reporting. It's like, actually, the Trump campaign wants to clarify that Mr. Trump did not apologize. Mr. Trump did have a conversation with him and suggested like ways to lose weight or whatever. But that was a perfect example of how Trump has embraced the apologizing makes you weak. So even in that instance where he was so clearly wrong, where he could have just been like, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were a protester. I understand that you're part of the team, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, friendly fire type of thing. No. And then when it was reported on that he apologized, the campaign specifically issued a correction to say, no, Donald Trump did not apologize. We want to be clear on that. No apology. So we're in an era right now. And look, I shouldn't be a downer. I read a couple of you in chat saying, things have gotten better, marginally better, even if it seems like, even if it seems bad. And yes, like there has been progress. And every time we take steps forward, we take steps back. That's how it goes. But we are in an era where the apology, or just straight up a non-apology is now the like, ooh, that's the way to go. Apologizing, sign of weakness. We're not sorry. Like as your followers, as your fans, we're not sorry. You don't have to be. Okay, so anyway, this is on this podcast.
Yeah, I can take shit from these folks. They're just making a little bit of money. Yeah, and you're giving me a lot more. Yeah. So So if you face that crowd, you're turning away from the people.
Oh my goodness, Quarter J, Jody, thank you so much for the raid. Also, shout out to Jody who shared a post on Instagram yesterday detailing her struggles with her skin. If you are somebody who has insecurities around your skin, if you struggle with that, please go read her post, go give it some love, let it be of comfort to you. It was very vulnerable of Jody and important because she has a really big platform, and it's something that a lot of people struggle with their skin. And having people with big platforms being open about their own skin struggles can make you feel less alone, especially when someone who's as fucking gorgeous as Jody, is detailing her skin journey. And you see that she's beautiful no matter what. Yeah, it was a really, really lovely post. As someone who has dealt with my share of skin issues and has felt so deeply insecure over them, I was very thankful for that post. So anyway, shout out to Jody, my community. If you do not know Quarter Jade, she is a lovely being. She does a lot of gaming, has very cozy vibes. So if you're ever like, you know what, I need a break. I need a break from the news, from you talking about whatever horrible man in Hollywood did this thing, and you just want like some cozy, like, ooh, cuteness, you'll find that vibe there. But to my raiders, we are covering Louis C.K. I know y'all are coming in halfway through, so I just ask, and I said this to my community, like, please refrain from stirring up shit in chat, since you missed a lot of the information that we've previously covered. But I'll give you a TLDR. We're covering Louis C.K. because a documentary called Sorry Not Sorry just came out. It was produced by the New York Times, and it is about the 2017 investigative journalism that was on Louis C.K. and the sexual harassment that he had done, and it was like 5 women who said what had happened to them, and the majority of it was him masturbating in front of them without their consent. And Louis came out with a post right afterwards where he accepted responsibility. He said, I did those things. Those things were bad. I understand why those things were bad, yada, yada. I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to listen. I'm going to learn, yada, yada. Disappears for 9 months, lays low, loses a film deal, like TV deal, faces consequences, comes back with a secret set, an unannounced set, 9 months later at the Comedy Cellar in New York, where he seems to have taken a total 180. Doesn't seem apologetic. In fact, seems very angry, very bitter that he was the one who was actually victimized here. Which how many times do we hear this? The guy who's done the abuse, actually now he's the one who's been victimized when he's forced to face consequences. And since then, he's been on this comeback tour. He's put out 2 specials. He's won a Grammys. He's been nominated for a Grammy, and has totally reframed the bad behavior that he's responsible for. And rather than choosing to come back and speak thoughtfully and philosophize on like why he did these things and how he abused his power, and like use his comedy to be the moral philosophizer that he's been in the past. Oh, no. We're just on the so what, I had a kink, get over it train. Deanie, thank you so much for the bits. Okay, anyway. Anywho. Continuing
and
on.
it's most human beings love comedy. Most human beings don't give a shit about any of this.
No, they just want a Coke and a smile.
That's all they want.
That's all anybody wants. So do you think because of what you've been through that you have like, I have to say the last Sorry was like, you just see a man that's like 0 fucks given. Do you feel like because of what you've endured?
How can we keep hearing stuff like this and then be told that he's sorry for what he did? He's not. And the people around him don't think that he should be. And they frame it as that he was the one who was actually a victim. Using the word endured is saying that you were the one who went through hell. You were the one who who was a victim here. And it's amazing that you've been able to come back from that, essentially. And now, like, you've got this special and you have no fucks given and you're stronger and better than ever, blah, blah, blah. Genuine question. If Dana Goodman and Julia Wolof were invited to Louis' hotel room for a nightcap, from Louis' perspective, isn't there some implication of possible sexual activity? Okay, so in the comedy world, going to people's hotel rooms is very normal. Comedy shows happen late at night, bars close, people go hang out in hotels, they hang out in hotel rooms. It's a very informal setting. Okay? That's just like also chat. When people ask questions, genuine questions like this, I'm gonna address them. Please don't like go all crazy and stuff, because I think it's something important to address. So here's the thing: there wasn't an implication of possible sexual activity because that's a norm in the comedy world, and also like even if there had been an implication of sexual activity, which there was not, even if they didn't say yes when he said, "Can I masturbate in front of you?" So that's a really important thing to consider there. They said yes. Oh, no, they did not. Okay. Now, see, you asked a question. You said I'm genuine question, and I was responding. I was responding to you calmly and collectively, and now you're saying they said yes. So you don't give a shit about what these women went through and what they actually said. You're just going to create your own narrative. You're just going to make up that those women said yes because you want to believe that Louis C.K. didn't do anything wrong, even though he himself admitted that he did these things. And in the past, before he got exposed, he would write to women who he had victimized and admit to having like done fucked up things to them. So multiple points throughout his career leading up to when he got exposed. And the reasons that he did that, you know, those are up for debate. But he has already acknowledged on previous times that he knows that what he did was wrong. But you don't care about that. No, okay. No, I'll put the quote. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, hold on. I don't really know where you're going with that, but like, you guys, do you understand that the difference with this case, the difference with this situation versus a lot of the other ones is that it's always a debate over, well, did he or didn't he do it? Because most of the times, the dude who's been accused does not cop to it. No, they just don't. And so you're left with then, okay, here's all these stories, here's all these allegations, and this man who's being accused is just straight up denying. That didn't happen with Louis. There's no disputing the facts here because he fucking owned up to it. As soon as they sat down in his room and still wrapped in their winter jackets and hats, Louis C.K. asked if he could take out his penis. The women said they thought it was a joke and laughed it off. Then he really did it. He proceeded to take off. Yeah, that's the quote. That's the quote in the piece that I read. What? So you're interpreting that. Oh, I see. You're interpreting that as they said yes. Okay. So, yeah, this is a fundamental misunderstanding here. This is a fundamental misunderstanding. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. You know, as frustrating and hard as it is why it's so important that we constantly keep having these conversations around consent. But even when we have them, there's such a willingness to want to believe that in these situations, women, or just, you know, women and men, victims, consented. And I think it's a couple things. For some people, they really just have no understanding of what consent is. But for others, they don't want to have to acknowledge and accept the reality, the truth of what consent is and what it's not, because they don't want it to have to affect their own lives. You know, if you accept that consent is not, oh, hey, me, a person with significantly more power than you, asked to do this sexual thing and you do not say yes, or if you say yes, it's because you're scared about, you know, career repercussions if you say no, whatever. Okay, we can, you know, tons of reasons why. But these women didn't say yes. But you look at this and you go, well, shit, that has to be consent. That has to be consent. Because what if in my life then I do those things, or maybe I have done those things, and that was consent? Well, guess what? It's not. I'm not saying that this chatter, I'm not saying specifically this chatter is saying that way. I'm saying like reasons why there is still such a obfuscation of what consent is, what it's not. Like people who are refusing to expand their understanding around consent, around power dynamics. And the thing is, if it's just that like you don't understand why that's not consent, but you're like learning, okay, I have hope for you. But you have to be learning. I feel like what he did isn't something one would usually ask consent for. Okay, let me ask you something. If you're at work, if you're with colleagues, all right, let's say you're with colleagues. How about this? Let's say that you're like the boss in the situation, okay? So you have more power. Do you think that asking your colleagues if you can jack off in front of them is something that you don't even have to ask in the first place? That you can just fucking jack off? Let alone it being so not fucking normal to ask that and not morally okay. But you're not even there. You're just like, oh, no. You can just jack off in front of people, in front of anybody. Sorry, I meant what he wanted to do was fucked up. Okay. Yes. It is fucked up. God. I keep engaging with comments in chat because this is such an important topic, and because there's just so many people who are willfully being obtuse or just being they're just dragging their feet on things. But I feel as if every person I've called out has been like, oh wait, no, that's not what I meant. So I'm like, okay, well, hopefully it was just a fuck up in chat. Like in the chat comment. Or maybe like you've heard what I'm saying and now you realize that, oh yeah, no, you never should have said that in the first place. But you know what too? You know what? Look, if you're in chat and I've called out a comment of yours and you're like, well, that's not what I meant. Or oopsie, whatever, okay? I actually think I think it's good though that it still happened, because I guarantee there's other people who need to hear that. So even if you're like, oh, if I misread what you wrote, or if you incorrectly wrote something, well, it's still worth addressing, because I'm sure there are people who need to hear it. The fact that Caroline's actually taking the time to try to explain to people is saintly, but that's because this is such an important issue. And we've had these conversations a million times, and we have to have them a million more times, because we still live in a culture that is normalizing this behavior, that is now like reacting to those who are trying to denormalize it, who are trying to like push back on this by like the reaction being like, oh, the people who are upset are just crazy. The backlash has just been so intense that we have to like keep having these conversations. And the thing is like, it's not just happening in Hollywood. I tend to cover stories coming out of Hollywood or media, because those are usually ones that get a ton of attention. When you're dealing with celebrities, it gets a lot of attention. It's like a big deal. But this happens in every facet of society. Like, this isn't something that is just unique to celebrities in Hollywood. And the other thing I want to say too The other thing I want to say too is comedy is specifically like within the Hollywood, the various Hollywood scenes, comedy is specifically one that has always been a boys' club and is trying to maintain that boys' clubness as there's been pushback to it. So this isn't just about, this isn't just about Louis C.K. This is about the comedy culture. And there are so many women, so many female comics who talk about the fact that they stopped doing comedy or that they never really seriously pursued it in the first place because it's pretty much a given that they will be put in situations where they're harassed, where they're uncomfortable, where, they don't get to just be working towards their comedy career like men do. And it is ruthless it's such an awful environment for women to be in. And that's why, like, I'm not surprised that I see female comics like Janine Garofalo, who side with the male comedians who think that they're being victimized, who specifically when it comes to Louis C.K. has defended him and said that actually the victims are the ones who are wrong because he has daughters. And that's because like Janine, like as a woman in comedy, at some point she has to adopt this mentality, if she doesn't have it from like when she's a young girl, that this is okay. That this type of behavior is acceptable. And if you push back on it, you're the one who's wrong. And there are more women who are entering comedy, and I hope that they don't feel discouraged. I hope that I hope things continue to change. I hope it's changed enough that it's better for women. But it is still it is still a boys' club mentality. Even though I do believe things have gotten better. And things get better when women, like the ones who came forward for the New York Times article, when they come forward. And the reason they come forward, one reason they come forward is because they want things to be better for younger female comics. We want things to be better for the next generations to come, right? We want to fix these problems so that upcoming generations don't have to live in a world like this. So it's one of those things that like it's heartbreaking. Like when I was watching the documentary, listening to these female comics who are now in their 40s, right? Talk about the effect that Louis had on their personal and professional lives and how like they dropped out of comedy. Or, Megan Kester, who's very, very funny, who used to do more comedy. Now she's like, I sell Spanx on eBay. That's what I do now. And I do comedy if people will let me. And how others who like who decided not to pursue it anymore, or who experienced backlash when they were first harassed by Louis and came forward. And all of them with having had to deal with the repercussions of a more powerful male comic's bad behavior, all of them coming forward so that things can be better for upcoming female comics, for future female comics, so they don't have to experience, so that future female comics, upcoming female comics, don't have to experience what those women did. And the thing is, coming forward is very hard. It's very hard. There's no benefit other than I get to tell my truth, which not to say that's not a, that's not a good thing. But I get to tell my truth and I get to make things better. But otherwise, the fallout that will happen when coming forward, even in this era of reckoning with abuse of power. Yeah. You see it every time. And if you don't believe me, please go in the comments of anything that Louis C.K. has done. Please go in the comments. See how many people. It's a mix, but overwhelmingly the comments are all like adulation for Louis C.K. There are comments about, how like Louis the victim, about how these women are, and people who want to cancel him, blah, 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 are awful. Go in the comments of the next Rolling Stone piece, the next, on like Twitter, the next Rolling Stone piece that drops that exposes some sexual predator. Okay. Some powerful sexual predator. Like, if you don't believe that that's the reality, that happens to female journalists who report on this misconduct. It happens to the journalists who report on it. So you can imagine what the victims experience. And that's why when people be like, oh yeah, well, why didn't they give their name? Anonymous suspicious. It's like, you know what? Why do you fucking think? Because of fuckers like you. That's why they don't feel safe coming forward giving their actual names, and they remain anonymous. Good God. All right, back to this.
That, like, man, you're just, are you know what I mean? Like, have you transcended giving a fuck?
Well, it's so, a lot of things happen at the same time. So you take on the sense of freedom at the same time as you take on, it's been painful. Yeah. So in some ways I have a thinner skin, and but I look after myself better.
Yeah, and I just want to remind peeps, especially ones who just got here. He's never said, he's not in like all these podcast interviews and his specials and all his all his media appearance. He's never apologized to the women who he harmed. So as far as like him enduring, going through a lot, et cetera, there's not mention at all for the harm that he caused.
Than I used to. Yeah. I think before all this stuff happened, I was quite reckless.
Yeah.
With my life and with my privacy.
He also, in his New York Times statement, didn't say the words, I'm sorry. He admitted to it. He acknowledged how he abused his power. But like not the words, I'm sorry.
And with my ego and with my everything, I was just like, hey, everybody, look at this, look at everything. Yeah. And I was just letting it all out and also taking on anything I was asked to do. And it was just, and I didn't have a sense of, like in in this last special, Sorry, I used Bob Dylan. What do you call this song?
Is there any celebrity that called him out? Tig Notaro.
Rolling Stone in the opening, because of this one line where he says, "Your friends all said, 'Beware, doll, you're gonna fall.' You thought they were all kidding you." This is the way I look at my life before. Was that
I also haven't heard him apologize for the harassment by his fans, nor did he attempt to call them off. No.
Just didn't think there was danger in the world somehow. So now I do, and that's changed me a little bit. So that's opposite of this is the way I look at my life before, was that I just didn't think there was danger in the world somehow. So now I do, and that's changed me a little bit. So that's opposite of like no fucks given in a sense, but that's more about the way I live my life and the way I plan my life.
What
now.
does that even
but on
mean,
stage,
dude?
That's
what do you mean? You didn't know there was danger in the world? How do you go from being the guy who's like, men are the biggest danger to women? Why do women even go out with men?
holy. That's a holy place for me. And I do think I got that back, was the sense of like, don't let anything get between you and the perfect version of this joke and the audience's enjoyment of it. Like that place is sealed off.
Work
sealed
to
off.
get there?
Yeah, it was a bit of a process.
Yeah.
Because I was really scared coming back to work at first.
I don't think people ever really appreciate. I mean, only people who have been in your position can appreciate the feeling of, being publicly like shamed, and they don't really register and then that you don't get to in many ways explain it. Right?
No, you can't really.
Right. You don't really, because then you have a lot of people going, "Oh, poor you."
Yeah.
But there is something to be said about hey, that is that's a painful experience, right?
Yeah.
It's painful to be looked at a certain way and talked about, and you just have to keep that to yourself. You feel like?
Yeah, for the most part, I think so. I think it's hard to express. It's painful to talk about, and it's
Okay. Look. I'm gonna be charitable here. If they were reckoning with the victim's pain at all, if there was any mention to that and how oh yeah, it's pain, but then it's, understanding that, the pain I caused to others had been going on for 20 years. If this were a conversation of okay, because I can understand the position of being publicly shamed, having to reckon with bad things that you did publicly, having the whole world suddenly know, and being famous. You're it's just it's the weirdest place to be in, right? No, you guys know I'm all fuck Louis CK. Okay, we've just been doing this for 3 hours. I guess what I'm trying to say is, in generally, it would be it would be a bizarre thing, and a bizarre, an insane it would be insane to be so famous and to be having everything be happening so publicly, if that makes sense. It doesn't mean that I'm saying, "Oh, I feel so bad for these guys." But I can't be open to a conversation like that at all. Of, yeah, it's really wild having to talk to my daughters because I know that they're going to read this stuff online. That type of thing, when you are public facing, when everything is reported about you, when you know that your mom's neighbor is going to see these things, and reckoning with all of that. Again, hard to have the conversation when they're framing it in a way of Louis is, oh, poor Louis, and not acknowledging at all, not acknowledging at all the victims at the center of it. If that makes any sense. Lieutenant Aldo, thank you for the prime. Legit Salvage, thank you for that gifted. Having to reckon with your action with the amplification of the media would be more than overwhelming. You're right. Also, fuck his dumb, abusive ass. Yeah. Anyway.
And it's exposing to talk about in a way that's, I'm not sure if it's safe,
Yeah.
So, yeah. But there's a lot of things in life that work on you inside.
Okay. So, anywho, there's a part later in this. Yeah. I think it's right here where they have watched this video that some guy made where he's I think in the video he's let me see if they play it actually.
Nah, who cares?
Also very New York. There's a guy who lived in New York a long time might like this.
Okay.
Black guys would love to fuck and fuck good. If you're a hot black guy and you want to fuck me at $23.95, if you want to move in, you can move in, but you gotta fuck me. I need to be fucked a lot, man. Get free food, free rent, and everything else, man. Here's a deal, man. Men from jail, homeless, or you're a thug, you want to come move in, your friend can move with you too, man. Free rent, you get a lease and a key. Fuck me. piss on me, beat me. I'm home there now. You see me? You want to come over today and try it out? Try it out, man. If you're in my building, try it out. You want to fucking piss on me? Try it out. Seriously, probably only as fuck, man. I'm looking for hardcore guys that mean it, want to do it, and I want to deliver it. I'm a hot white trash. Come then, let's fuck.
There you go, New York.
Okay. I'm sorry,
Isn't that
what?
great?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of beautiful.
Yeah.
That was like romantic.
You know what the wildest thing is about this? He puts out this message. We're in awe of it. I mean, obviously you are too. I mean, it's so direct. You know, it's so, you want to piss on me, you can get free rent for leasing a key. Just piss on me, beat
Bring
me.
your friend.
If you're homeless, you're just out of jail, you got a friend, him too, you just got to fuck me. Puts this out, and like one of my first thoughts, I was like, well, this guy's definitely dead. You know, like
He's
like,
dead by
well,
now.
that's what my first
Or
thought was.
he's gotten well.
Okay, so anyway, they like joke about this and construct all these like hypotheticals of, oh, what do you think he went with first? Like,
Yeah.
I just want to find a nice person to do the
That's
New York
fucking
Times with.
No, you can't believe
Yeah.
person. I want it.
He's like, yeah.
No, I could just tell him. I could get it.
Hey, you leave somebody covered in piss.
That's the thing is that you think that the earnest plea would get some traction, but it doesn't. And why does it repel versus attract? Why? I mean, to me,
Well-
this seems like a good method, but why is it failing?
The saddest thing about life at its hardest is that this guy gets no business for this.
Right.
It's the saddest thing about life is that for all he wants something. He doesn't really want those things.
Right.
He's just like, something, give me something.
Yeah.
I mean, I swear that wasn't his first ad.
No.
His first ad was like, love to meet someone who likes movies.
Yeah.
Love to meet somebody who's finished. Willing to on me, guys. Just fuck listening. People's lives are just he walks around.
Okay.
all
This is
he
what I
is.
want to get to.
Yeah,
So
he's just like,
the reason I'm playing this is because Louis demonstrates that he has empathy for this man, right? And it's just such a juxtaposition how he does not have empathy. This new Louis has no empathy for his victims.
anything. He's opening up as wide as possible. I just want someone to talk to me. I just want to be looked at. I don't want to be invisible.
But that's the
So
problem.
it speaks to loneliness.
It
really.
is.
Yeah.
It's most people's lives. It's just invisible. He walks around and he goes to the bodega. He says, "How are you today?" And the Korean woman goes like, "What do you want?"
Yeah.
Nobody talks to him.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
That's how desperate life is.
Yeah.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
I want to cry now that I laugh.
And I will tell you, there are so many comments being like, Louis, this choked me up. Like, he has such a care for people. In the way that he constructed that joke, but still shows how much empathy he has. This is what makes Louis so great. And I feel insane. I truly felt fucking crazy reading those comments where I'm like, that was old Louis. That was old Louis. And those, like, old Louis's comedy worked because old Louis presented himself as a guy who actually wasn't a creep and was compassionate. And, would underneath his creepy character personas and just using offensive and uncomfortable humor, demonstrate that he's like philosophizing and he's trying to get people to to laugh, but also understand, understand society and understand things. And it's just, I just don't know. I don't know. It's just, how can you be acting? How can you be doing this? How can you be acting this way? And people responding to this and being like, Louis cares so much, yada, yada. And then be treating the women that you harmed like you just never did it in the first place.
Welcome to your mom's house.
Horrible. That makes me so
You've had the full YMH experience. Congratulations.
It's really fucking sad.
It is fucked up and sad and also funny.
It's very funny. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen, and it's so sad.
He's actually tearing up. He's teared up there.
So the problem is that the net is too widely cast and too desperately
But he has no
cast.
strategy.
Yeah.
He tried.
Anyway, it's just I'm tired. All right.
You never see anything.
We're almost done. We're almost done here. We're just gonna watch some of this Q&A. The Sorry Not Sorry documentary Q&A. This was a week ago. I might need to crank the volume on this. Sorry, this was the only video I could find.
You never see anything. You know, it's all just headline, and you never.
So this is Megan Tester, who's a comedian who now says that she just makes her money and spends her time selling things on eBay, and does comedy when people will let her. And she's in the documentary.
To the people afterward, and the fact that was the angle that they were coming from. It's like, I don't like my name being associated with this fucking PUD until I die either. But also, you know, I'm never gonna not talk about it. You know what I mean? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so the point she's making, this documentary was to show what happens to these women. Or what happened to these women who were victimized by Louis C.K.? You know, what about their lives? What about their careers? What about their hopes and their dreams? And what happens when there is an instance of a very powerful entertainer like Louis who has harmed women, is that the conversation is about him. It's about him. And even people who saw that this documentary was coming out, or even watched the documentary, are still can only look at things from what does, you know, how it's about Louis. You know, people coming after Louis, oh, leave Louis alone. They're trying to cancel Louis again, rather than taking a moment to go, maybe the point here is to give a voice, to give a platform to the women who were harmed by Louis. Like, the whole conversation being about Louis. When is Louis coming back? Should Louis be back? Blah, 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 blah. Louis. And forgetting the victims at the center of it, who suffered, who are still suffering. You know, who have suffered for 2 decades. They are the ones who pay the ultimate price.
Caroline, Cara, you've been living with this project for a long time. Today is the day it finally reaches wider audiences. How does that feel for you, Caroline?
It's great. Thank you all for being here, by the way. We haven't shown the film to that many audiences yet, so it's great that you're all here. You know, it's a nerve-wracking film to...
Okay, but would they be relevant without him either way? Are you saying that as in, like, they should be grateful? And what relevancy are you referring to? Are you saying that, like, they're successful as comics because of Louis? Because in a lot of cases, actually, their careers were hurt because of Louis. So not quite sure what you're getting with there. Electric Snow, thank you so much for the 3 months. I just, no, yes. Okay, no, yes.
Release into the world. Obviously, they're might be some blowback to people in the film, like Megan, which I know we've talked about how that might happen.
Well, I think anything that could have happened to me has already happened. In that I do not have a career, so you cannot destroy it.
Megan's very shy. So it's great, but it's a uncomfortable film, which is not the kind of film I normally make. So we're a little trepidatious about it, but happy.
Yeah, I think it's stressful, but one of the goals of the film is to start a conversation and to raise the questions that we feel like are important. And so far, just this past week, it's felt like a lot of those questions are landing out. There is a conversation that is being had after watching the film.
Let's broaden this conversation to the people in the audience. So I'd love to.
Tarot
hear your
Tragus, thank you for the tier
questions.
1.
If you got them, don't be shy. Raise your hand. Okay, we'll start with Richard. Yeah.
So a film is a hard thing to make, right? So what was it that made you feel so passionate to bring this particular content to a wider audience?
So the question is, what was compelling you to make this film?
Well, I started the film earlier than Kara did. So, I was a Louis fan, and the article came out, and I think my knee-jerk reaction was not the right one, which was, oh, is it that bad? I don't know. But of course, that's not something I would have ever said in public. And then when he came back, Noam Dorman, who's in the film, the owner of the Comedy Cellar, he did a podcast on The Daily. And he raised all these questions like, what are we supposed to do with these people? Are they supposed to become wards of the state? And he raised these provocative questions. And I really wanted to kind of understand how to think about it. As someone who was a Louis fan, I kind of wanted to talk to people about it, but you couldn't really have these conversations in that moment. So I kind of set out to make the film, and then pretty quickly I realized I was looking at it the wrong way, and also, the real story is the story that we never hear, which is what happens to people who come forward. And those are stories that people don't do a lot of hand-wringing about or care about as much as sometimes the people who are accused of the misdeeds. So that's really what the film became about.
Yeah, for me, I hadn't been a Louis fan before this. I knew that he was beloved, and I knew that he was seen as this feminist comedian. And when the 2017 article came out, I thought it was bad, and I thought I would never think about Louis C.K. ever again. And then Caroline asked me to join her on this project, and at first...
So, hold the microphone.
Caroline asked me to join her on this project, and at first I was a little bit nervous and felt like, well, this seemed like we're giving him a platform. But then once I started to talk to Caroline, that's when I realized how little I had also known about the women who'd come forward and the backlash that they had faced. And, like a lot of people, I just consume a headline and then move on, and then I don't really follow up. And, an article just tells you a couple of facts, and you don't really meet people fully. So this felt like a really good opportunity to learn more. And I also, for me, was surprised to learn how much this story lived in the gray area for people, unlike stories like Weinstein or Cosby.
Mm-hmm.
But this is something where a lot of people, thought it wasn't so bad.
And again, it's because now we are, judging things off of Weinstein and Cosby. So if someone wasn't Weinstein, if someone wasn't Cosby, if someone wasn't a serial criminal offender, then it's not bad, right? Like there's a spectrum. There's a spectrum of bad here. And your moralizing can't be whether or not something was illegal, whether or not, per the law, something was criminal. And it's especially sad when leftists do it, when people whose politics, which would typically not be equating morality with what the law is, when they do it, but it happens still. And so, like I said, we all have to draw a line, and maybe when you receive new information, that line changes. We can't just have no line. You got to draw a line. And we all make decisions on, you know, the people whose art we consume. How are we going to keep consuming it? Are we going to keep consuming it when news comes out that they are like that they've done something really morally reprehensible or something criminal? But what you can't do is pretend like it doesn't exist in a way that dismisses the people at the center of the story. The people who they can't do that because their lives were very negatively affected by what happened to them. I give a huge amount of respect for the people who do come forward in these situations, knowing the type of backlash that will happen and or the potential impact that it has on their careers. And the truth being that it's like, it's already had impact on their careers. When we're talking about the Louis C.K. situation, these women already had experienced backlash to their, you know, in many cases, burgeoning comedic careers.
So, Megan, you joke that you feel like you can talk about it because you've already suffered consequences around it. But what was the thought process when they asked you to be a part of it and show it with cameras?
Yeah, I mean, I know it could be seen as maybe like opportunistic, me being involved still in this story about a man that never did it to me personally. I understand that. To continue to be involved in it. But, you know, like I said, the fact that they came to me and sort of like outlined it as what happens after was the most important element of it to me. Because no one's ever asked me what happened after. Do you know what I mean? No one's ever asked me anything since, you know, it happened. I mean, occasionally you'll here and there, you'll get like a guy sending me an unsolicited email saying...
No, so Megan was... one thing I remember from the documentary is that she was asked to write about the Just for Laughs festival, or she was like supposed to be like a red, like a correspondent or something like that. And around that time, there had been rumors emerging of Louis C.K., even though this was an open secret for years. But Gawker had put something out, like tweets were starting to circulate, and she was talking about how her plan was to ask people, oh, what do you think of the Cosby stuff, yada yada, and then say, what do you think of Louis C.K.? And this got back to the program director of Just for Laughs, and he absolutely freaked out on her, and it was like just a really bad situation. She might belabor the point that I'm making here of like why she was involved here.
But other than that, you know, I've just sort of like, lived this life of quiet desperation after. Because, you know, I got kicked out of the biggest comedy festival in the whole fucking world, and I'm a comedian. You know what I mean? I can't act like there isn't repercussions as a result of that. And
so her involvement being that she was trying to like break the Louis C.K. story, getting people to talk about it, address the rumors that had been circulating, and she got kicked out for
Becky is still a huge commercial entity, and 3 Arts is a huge commercial entity. And I have plenty of friends that are like with 3 Arts or work with people, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So the whole thing's convoluted. Does that answer your question?
Well, you know, I think a question that I'm eager to ask, and maybe have to wait a few months until this film is out in the world, because you know.
Chatter, England is my city. You got timed out because the news that, first of all, Biden dropped out because of COVID is not true. That's false news. It's misinformation. He is not officially dropped out. and also because you're spamming and it's not what we're talking about right now.
You know, some of the people that you're talking about now, we can't expect that they've seen this film yet. In a few months, people will have left an excuse to say, oh, I don't know anything about that film. I'm curious.
Well, they knew about the story at the time. Because I found out, when I found out about all this Louis stuff, I was an open micer. I was a scrub. I've been doing comedy for 2 years and I was already given this information. So if I knew this information, everybody knew this fucking information. And there's people, I didn't notice this until I watched the movie this time. Jon Stewart is wearing the same jacket in the scene in which he dismisses that young man and then is being interviewed by Howard Stern saying he didn't know anything about it. He's wearing the same jacket.
Yeah, not gonna lie, Jon Stewart doesn't come off looking good. There's a scene where it's I don't know if it was at the Just for Laughs festival. I can't remember, but it's a Q&A, and then audience are asking questions, and a young guy gets up and he's like super respectful. Hello. He's super respectful and well-spoken and is asking like, hey, has there been any discussion about what's being said about Louis C.K., these rumors, yada, yada. And the way John responds, it already like immediately feels as if he's kind of mocking this guy. He's like, what are you talking about type of thing. And the guy's like, yeah, there was the Gawker article and tweets. And as soon as he says tweets, John's like, okay, like tweets, like really, dude. And the audience is laughing. And like props to this kid for keeping his cool, for like not buckling. And he's like, yeah, no, I understand that Twitter is not, the number one investigative journalism source. I'm just mentioning it as like another place where this is circulating. Lily, thank you so much for the 5. And thank you for the 11 months. And Electric Snow, thank you for those bits. And he's just kind of like, no, I haven't seen the tweets. Like, I don't know, I don't know what you're talking about. Sounds like you don't know what you're talking about. Sounds like, you're stupid type of thing. Audience is laughing, kid sits down. And that's what she's talking about here, where then when Howard Stern is asking him about Louis, he's like, I didn't know. I had no idea. And he's wearing the same jacket. I mean, he could just be wearing the same jacket, but yeah, he doesn't look good in that scene. Deanie, thank you for the bits. Mike Fund.
Megan, I think you've seen the film too many times. I think we have to cut you off.
I gotta add that to the IMDb.
Question right there.
I worked in comedy for a while, so I'm curious as to how that, you're talking about like what will the fallout be, like what was that process?
If anyone did hear, she's asking Caroline and Kara, what was the process like getting people to talk?
It was very hard. Basically, we reached out to everyone loosely attached to the story, everyone in comedy. Actually, Emma Fidel is here somewhere. She's a producer. She's responsible for all of the outreach. It's not Emma, and everyone said no. Not because of Emma. Everyone in the film is because of Emma. So, I can see why. I think there's very little to gain by talking about this in this at this time, and people are really afraid to say the wrong thing or have what they say misconstrued. So it's not like I don't understand why people wouldn't want to talk about it. But luckily, the people in the film were willing. So
can you say?
And then I think there's a third part.
Giving people the space to have these hard conversations. When I watch people in this film, there's some people I think like, I wouldn't say that, or I think you're wrong about that. But I'm overall respectful that they even take the time to try to work out their complicated feelings. at the risk of someone seeing a movie theater and judging them?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's kind of just listening, basically, and also really approaching it in a kind of non-judgmental way. Whereas, you know, I always say, which, you know, people might have a problem with, but if you say something in an interview and you feel really like you didn't mean to say it that way, I won't use it. Because I do want people to speak freely and naturally and comfortably. And, you know, I misspeak all the time. And so if it were me, I would want that kind of opportunity to correct myself if necessary. So it's kind of just making people feel like they're in a safe environment.
Who's got a question? Yep, back there.
First of all, you're all so cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Especially you. I wanted to know, as doc filmmakers, why do you think people do speak up? Like, why do you think they're telling you about things that adds to their own trauma? You know, people reacting and calling them cunts and bitches for like saying something that happened to them. And Megan, you too, like you spoke up. Why did you do that?
Well, okay. So the story for me is personal. Not that he did it to me, but I had been in a situation in which I was abused by a comedian. I've had friends who have been abused by comedians, and I couldn't help but notice that no one cared. And so when I found out, I know that's what I was like when I found out. So when I heard this story and I saw just the grand scale on which people didn't care, because I mean, yeah, I was a comedian, my friend was a comedian, we were abused by comedians. Comedian to comedian, we are the same, entity. Yes, the guys were more successful, but the fact that no one cared about someone else, about someone else in this field being victimized, basically, was what, made it, important to me. Which is why I went to JFL and all that. And afterward, I guess that was sort of, when I had to, I really had to decide the extent to which I could still be complicit by, working in the traditional entertainment industry that would allow things like this to happen. And I decided, that I couldn't, and so now I'm just SAG ultra low budget until I die. And that's fine, though, because I'm not delusional enough to think that I'm for everybody or anything like that. But it was very disillusioning, but I don't regret it at all, because it really, because it mattered to the women in the same way that the very few people who talked when it happened to me, it mattered to me. So, yeah.
I think that people agree to speak up for so many different reasons, and I think for Jen, she talks about how this is now something that's she's going to be associated with forever. So why does she continue to talk about this? But
Hey, Maud, Eva, I just saw you did a 30. Can we do we don't need to do week timeouts or whatever, but people do need to get timed out if they're derailing or if they're just being obstinate.
Sees that something hasn't changed. So I think that that's a part of it. And I think, with speaking up, I think in the film, in the open secret section, Allison Herman talks about how there were all these rumors that were growing, but there weren't names attached to it. So it was easy to kind of just, consume the content and turn away. So I think that, it can feel like there's so little to gain by speaking out, but everyone who is willing to put their name on something is doing such a service. So we're just incredibly grateful.
Yeah, and a lot of the Me Too, the first gen of Me Too now sort of serves as a cautionary tale for women moving forward, because they've seen what's happened to these women that have gone forward in the first place, and it's not a good thing. And so I know of things that have happened with people who are very successful.
Yeah, it really feels as if Harvey Weinstein set the bar, and if it's not a Harvey Weinstein, then it's fine. then it's acceptable.
Successful like Louis C.K. doing things that are even more sexually improprietous. But I know that the women don't want to come forward because all they're going to get is grief. All they're going to get is every time their name is Googled.
Eva, you can just give that chatter a day timeout. Yeah, that's good.
It's going to be alongside
Whatever.
their attackers.
Just
until they
stop.
fucking
Stop
die.
it, chat. Just shut the fuck up. Seriously. Seriously. Like, you guys love to be like, oh, I just have a different opinion. But that opinion is reflecting that you're not, like, listening at all to the conversation that's being had here. So really, what is the point of being here? Like, a lot of y'all who are like, oh, echo chamber, like, can't give my opinion. Well, first of all, an opinion can be wrong, yeah. And second of all, like, your opinions are demonstrating that you're not you're not taking in any information that's being presented to you. So what's the point of even hanging out here?
And they don't want that.
Just one last thing. So Abby Shackner, who's in the film, I mean, she tells the story of how her friend knew this all along and he never told her. And she was really mad at him because she said, if you had told me, I wouldn't have been duped. I would have gotten off the phone. I would have, and then at the end of the film, she kind of talks about, you know, she wanted to support the other women who are coming forward. So that's why she chose to be in the article. So, you know, some of it is just being supportive of other people. And so the information is out there so people can protect themselves, I guess.
My human rights have been stripped away.
I'm curious, as filmmakers and storytellers, I feel like y'all
We're almost at the end here, and we'll talk about this again once we get to the end, wrap this up. But you need to ask yourself, why is your priority protecting powerful men?
really good job of putting us
You as in, like,
the comedy show
society.
owner and Matt Damon and Jon Stewart and holding some other people accountable who had this information who are in the spotlight. But how can we zoom in even further on, like, it takes a village. There are managers and agents and secretaries and lawyers. There's so many people who help enable.
She's talking about the culture of enabling,
Ethan Smith.
how they, you know,
Hit a New York Times headline, but
Yeah.
they played a part in it. And it's not to say that they are villains or they're monsters. They have families, they have jobs, they have reasons to be scared too. But how can we put a bigger spotlight on society enabling and accepting all of these things and deciding?
Yeah, it's a good question.
So if anyone didn't hear, she's talking about when sexual impropriety happens, there are enablers all around. And you know, have you thought about ways in which to illuminate that culture?
Well, I think that's one of the reasons we made the film is because, you know, to kind of make the audience think about these things for themselves. I know we had so many conversations during the making of the film about our own personal experiences. I mean, there are times when almost I heard the same rumors when I was in my 20s and working in public television about an executive. Everyone knew them. I didn't really know the woman who was at the center of it, but did I do anything? No. So part of the film is meant to make people kind of think about their own experience in life and kind of question their own decision making. And so, you know, I feel very, you know, almost sympathetic to everyone who's been in a position and hasn't behaved the way they maybe should have, because I think a lot of us have
Can't wrap my head around thinking it's the death of comedy when he's still doing comedy. Yeah, and winning Grammys for it. Also, what about all the comedians we've never heard because they left the industry because of this sort of treatment? Yeah. Nobody thinks about their careers.
been there.
They think about the guy
So
who
the
still
film is
has a
supposed to help
career.
you navigate, like get your mind around these issues and maybe have you think about them in a different way.
Oh, I was just going to say that I felt like in making this film, I came to understand how much we obsess and focus on the person who's accused, and in that way it almost makes it easier for us to like absolve the rest of us and not think about the role that everyone else played over all of these years in enabling the behavior or silencing people who came forward. So that's not an answer for what to do, but it's definitely something that I have been thinking a lot about, and like Caroline said, think about all the time in my own life of when was it just easier, when was it just simply easier to not say something.
I think silencing and threatening people should be a prosecutable offense. Actually, no. I think it should be an executionable offense. I think Dave Becky should be guillotined.
Megan, for people who want to follow you besides just eBay, is there? I think you really blew it giving away the Spanx thing. All these people are going to go out and start selling Spanx on eBay tomorrow. I think it's going to cut into your
Well,
business.
they don't know where I'm getting them. Beat my price. Try me.
Is there a place they can follow your work?
My personal website is inoffensivecomedian.com, and you'll find all my information there.
You want the link to this? Yeah, I can give you the
You're
link
one
to
of the first
this.
audiences to see Sorry Not Sorry. It's playing here at the IFC Center. Please tell your friends to go see it. I want to thank you for coming. Thanks especially to Carol.
Okay. This is a good quote here. This is by one of the creators of the documentary who was in the Q&A. But nowadays, with the Me Too movement on the daily news cycle, what can we as entertainment consumers keep in mind as we engage with culture? Every day we have to make decisions about the art that we want to see and the comedians that we want to watch and the movies that we want. The comedians we want to watch and the movies that we want to watch. I think we can get kind of obsessed with who should or shouldn't be canceled. But there's also the question of who else is out there whose art we could appreciate. Who haven't we been giving attention to? Who else can we support who hasn't really had a chance yet? Yeah, look. As I said, the point of this conversation wasn't to it wasn't to publicly shame individuals who still are consuming art by artists who have done bad things, you know? This is what I mean when I say we all have to draw our line. We all have to reckon with, okay, I know what, you know, the artist has done. Can I still consume this art? Blah, blah, blah. But it's also an opportunity to like find other people's work, you know? You don't just have to stick with what you got. You know, you can go find people out there who are doing great stuff, and it can be a chance to find new artists, new creators. And also this idea that or the focus being so much on the cancellation aspect is frankly very silly, because we know by now cancellation isn't real. And cancellation shouldn't be the focus, the center point of the conversation. It's important that we think beyond that. And it's also important that, like, if you're in chat and you found yourself kind of saying some reactionary stuff, you know, repeating what people like a Ben Shapiro or a Dave Chappelle would say in reference to either cancel culture or specifically comedy cancel culture, then you have to like be asking yourself, why is this your instinct? And questioning if that's really the truth. Because Ben Shapiro, I guarantee you, and he's done this before, but like Ben Shapiro would admit there is no cancel culture. No. And when people like Jerry Seinfeld and Dave Chappelle and all these like older comedians are complaining about how you can't do offensive comedy anymore, you can't say anything in comedy anymore, just remembering like all the comedy that's out there that is offensive. You know, and the fact that when people are holding comedians accountable, it's because they want to be offensive just to be offensive. But also it's because they want to continue to act in their personal lives with impunity. They want to be able to do whatever they've always done and not face consequences for it. And so they'll they will package that into, you can't, you know, comedy is dead. The PC woke culture has come for comedy, and comedians are no longer safe. Like yada 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 yada. When actually, what I think it is them going, I should be able to say and I should be able to do whatever I want. Because the weird thing is with a lot of these comedians, their past work is not reflective. I'm not talking about like Jerry Seinfeld, but their past work is not reflective of the things that they're saying now. It's like, do you not see how many people were fans of you who are upset because you're specifically behaving a certain way? Like some of the biggest Dave Chappelle fans who have followed his entire career were the ones who were saying, like, what is going on with Dave's just blatant transphobia? Why is he just being cruel to be cruel? These were people who were like, these are trans people who were some of the biggest Dave Chappelle fans, you know. These are not people who like had no understanding of Dave Chappelle's comedy, who had never previously watched him, never were fans of his, who just decided that they wanted to cancel Dave. Good comedy requires empathy with the everyman. When you've become a successful comedian, you lose that connection. And I think that is, I think that's reflective with Louis. You know, Louis gets to a point where he's the biggest guy in comedy. He's so rich. You know, the schlubby blue collar, I'm just a pathetic loser vibe. It's harder to work when you do reach a certain point in your career. And I'm not saying that like he wasn't still putting out good stuff prior to 2017, but yeah, it is it does make it harder when you get to a certain point in your career. And I think a lot of these old heads have responded really negatively to changes in society that they think means they can't succeed as comedians anymore. When really it's like, if you lead with that empathy that you always had in your comedy, of that like philosophizing, of that truth telling, then, you know, that's what people were looking for. Instead of you just choosing to like be angry and punch down simply to punch down, to offend simply to offend. They all just need to be watching George Carlin. Yeah, they just need to like go back, rewatch Richard Pryor, rewatch George Carlin. Man, I don't know what else I can say on this. We've talked about it a lot tonight. Yeah, just ask yourself why you're prioritizing people in power, why that's first and last who you care about, and why you think that we live in a world where like these people are not continuing to work, not continuing to have enormous success. Just are you paying attention? Are you looking around? Okay, another genuine question. If someone makes a mistake based on the moral standards of a previous era and shows contrition today, what is required to be redeemed? Well, first and foremost, it's not what Louis been doing. It's not distorting the facts of what happened. It's not turning it into something that is you having a kink, of you having a thing, of this being like an actual like sex situation where the women consented, but actually they didn't like your dick. Like they didn't like you masturbating. It's not treating yourself as the victim. Like, I guess we'll start there. Look, there's no general consensus on like, you know, what is that path of redemption? What does that look like? You know, what's the time limit? What are the requirements? You know, should they be working, like, should they be donating money? Should they be working with like women's shelter? I don't know. What is required for them to return? Well, what I can say is starting with genuine apology and showing that you are working to change, like that you're holding yourself accountable, that you don't see yourself as the victim. Yeah, you know? Anyway, you guys, I'm burnt. I'm sorry. We've been covering this at length. It takes a lot to try and maintain patience, which I know I didn't entirely throughout this entire thing. So Louis sequined out. Yep. And we still did not get to Bob Newhart. But Bob Newhart's going to take me like at least half an hour. So I think I'm going to have to move Bob Newhart to tomorrow. Papa Elf. I just want to do a tribute to Papa Elf. And I keep getting caught up on longer topics. I know, but look, this is so important. LeJohn Brames, thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you guys for supporting the stream. Thank you for supporting these conversations. They are very important to have. We have to keep having them. You have to keep having them off stream too, you know? These are conversations that need to be had in your life, with your friends, with your family. Like, people who don't get it, we got to get it so that we can have a better society. We can live in a society where people don't have to worry about facing repercussions because they were victimized. That people who do the victimizing don't think that they can do it without any repercussions. That like if you do come forward, like, that it's not like flip-flopped where the victim's the one who receives the repercussions and the perpetrator is the one who doesn't. We got to be better. And we have to keep having these conversations so that we can be better, so that things can be better for victims, and there can also be bettering of the perpetrators, that they can work to better themselves. Bathtub Enjoyer, thank you for the 15 months of Prime. I'm going to do my Prime pitch right now. If you are enjoying the content, if you're here for taking down abuses of power, of working to make society work for all of us, well, if you have Amazon Prime, you get one free Prime sub a month to contribute to the stream, to watch ad-free so you don't miss a moment of when a chatter asks a question that demonstrates that they are just tuning in, but ask a question in a way where they're not really asking a question and they're just telling, even though they missed the previous 3 hours of said discussion. That was cool. I got brought up to speed with a lot of information and context about this specific situation that I didn't have yet. I'm glad. Hogan, thank you so much for the gifted to Prime subscription. One reason that I wanted to revisit this was because there has been, I think there's been a collective amnesia over what happened initially here in 2017, and also then like needing to know that so you can understand why people are upset with Louis and how he's handled things in his comeback. And like I said, it's each of ours personal decisions on what art we continue to consume by what artists. That's our decision to make. And what you do is what you do. But you can't do that. You can't do that at the expense of erasing what happened to victims who were hurt by said artists that you love. You know, you don't get to make things easier for yourself. Like, you don't want to be inconvenienced. You don't want to have empathy or compassion, you know, or to have to think about them at all. Random chatters be like, hey, I heard you support Hamas. Also, guys, I'm not ending stream. I am still going to do some gaming. I'm just ending the news and talking portion. This is one of the best streams I've ever watched. I really appreciate you saying that. Thank you so much. It's hard to have these conversations. Let me tell you, it takes me a lot of time to put this stuff together because I want to always feel like I'm doing as comprehensive of, comprehensive of a discussion as I can. And I know that there's always things that I forget or that I miss, but it's hard. It's complicated having these conversations, but I think they're really important to have. I think it's really good to know these things. So, anyway. Okay, I'm going to bathroom. Caroline, honestly feel you are one of the most talented people on Twitch. That is so generous and kind. Thank you. Very generous of you to say. I appreciate that. I do. Okay, I'll be back. Mugwork, thank you for the 2 months. Gosh, you guys. I just want to check for Farley. How am I still doing this? The instinct never dies. It never goes away. I know. I had Will send me a photo. I always ask him for pictures and he never sends them. But he sent me here, Farley update. Farley update. Gosh, my little coconut. My coconut. Egg McDiggle, thank you for the tier 1 and the gifted. Legit, thank you for the gifted. Okay. Do we get back into some Elden Ring? God, I need to... Am I almost done? I don't know. Where am I at? What's going on? What's happening with Elden Ring? Is it finished? Did I beat it? Did I beat it? I have to be almost done. I'm close to the end, right? Okay. Oh, something is weird. Hold on. Oops. Okay. Been forever since reacted to the show. I know. I want a game. I do want a game. We'll get back into show reacts because I was gone for a week and there was just so many news related things I wanted to cover. We haven't been doing as much of the variety as we normally do. Variety of news, but not variety of like all things. We did get through the H-bomber video though. But we'll be adding back in fun show reacts, more fun reacts in general. More gaming. We've got the yarn I think set up for Tuesday. Where is my do I even have a controller? Where's my controller? Oh, here it is. My controller's on the ground. That's how long I've been gone. That's how long I've been out. Do we like background music better or do we want game music? I don't know. SBR, thank you for the 3 months. I kind of like this playlist right now. I don't know. Let me see. But the game music is really good too. It's very good. Thank you for talking about these hard topics. People seem to have a hard time or problem with understanding, being able to help others understand or trying to understand the wrongdoings of these topics. Also trying to answer everyone's questions to the best of your ability, given the different perspective of what's being talked about. I have massive respect for you for being able to be the voice of these topics. Thank you, Minty Boy. Okay. We'll do game music so that we feel like we're back in Elden Ring because it's been a second. Okay, so I drank the dew. Yes, I drank the dew. I fought. Now, where am I off to? So I beat this boss. I died 1,000 times to drink the dew. I died 100 times. You go back to her and I go back to... But where do I go back to? Where do I go? I truly... Let's look at the map. I don't know. You may be ready for Mesmer? I already beat Mesmer. We've been there, done that. Okay. Oh, yes. I was doing the dick. I did the dick. I did this. I completed that quest. Gary, thank you for the 23 months. Wait, okay. Go back to the Divine Lion. Okay, the divine. So burn his ashes and go to the lion place. Do I have Mesmer's ashes? Where do I find them? You will have it if you beat him. Okay. So the lion place is... Do you mean like the boss lion? That lion? Okay, the boss lion. It's this, right? This was the boss lion. Okay, so I have to burn... God, I don't even remember. Okay, roll. Stab. Stab. Stab and roll. Go up the stairs. These? No. These are stairs. Those are stairs. Okay, so other stairs. Why do I feel like that's not it? Behind the grates, there's... Okay, so I get up on this. To know. Okay, now I'm up here. Yo, yo. Still no head. Oh, here's stairs. My category's still just chatting. What the hell? Okay, did that change it? Still no head. Reminding me I'm maidenless. No maidens. No head for me. Expect you don't have the right. Okay, it's not letting me do that. I have to complete a step. You need to kill the scorpion boss. What the hell is the scorpion boss? You mean like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson? I have to go kill CGI Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Okay. You can get there from Mesmer's library. Okay. You guys, that is still one of the worst CGI of all time. It's terrible. Mesmer's dark chamber. Of all time. So bad. Oh, first floor. First floor. Okay, wait. Nope, that's not the first floor. First floor. Like the main gate? Storehouse 7th. Okay, or storehouse. Storehouse first floor? Okay. I'm so proud of you, Caroline. Thanks. I haven't done anything so far tonight in the game. But thanks. Okay. Do I go down? I go down. Cody Ko played Sorry by Justin Bieber at his DJ set. You're joking. Closest to an apology he's gonna get. He's gonna give. DJ James Kennedy. He should have done a remix of Toxic Gossip Train. Toxic Gossip Train. Put your hands together. There's got to be a remix on that. People went crazy for that. Oh my god! Oh my gosh! What? Oh. Jeez. Gosh. Where did I... Okay, I came down that. Gotta just remember how to fight. Okay, got a new Ash of War. Let's see what's this way. This is something that I want. Oh my god, that thing is going nuts. This area is so scary and sad. Wait, why is it sad? Wait, haven't I been here before? Pot lives matter. No, I don't think I have been here before. Okay. I don't know where the heck I'm going. First off, you don't have the right. Okay, dick. Does that mean I have to go in here? Wait, so you're telling me this was here all along? Why didn't I go this way? How did I not even know this was here? Sorry, I took your beast liver. You could have that one. Yeah, I know. That you guys really are protective of your beast liver. It's fine. I don't want it. I don't want it. What is this thing up ahead? Excuse me. God, this fire thing is really annoying. Who's throwing that at me? Is it that guy? This fucker? Yeah, gosh. I love doing that. It never gets old. Salsa's hood. Thanks for the hood, bruh. Why does this feel... Hold on. Let me go. I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. I feel like I can't hear shit. Okay, we're on the right track. Is the hood any good? Probably not, because it wasn't that hard to get it from that guy. I don't know, I still can't read these numbers. It's all good in the hood. Oh, it's just because it looks funny? Alright, okay. Let's... Alright, get your laughs in. Get your laughs in. Why is my head so big? See, like, look at this whole new ass area. I look like this looks like Jurassic Park land. Ironic, because this area is ancient. Excuse me. Coming through. Okay, you threw your pot at me. Well, guess what? Now you don't have a pot. Now you don't have a pot, and I bet you feel really stupid. Yo, you guys got any skibbities? Anyone got a skibbity? Wait. Doesn't that mean there's a skibbity? Right? Wait. Yes? No, a spirit calculus. What the hell is that? Whoa. Whoa. Oh! Oh my god! Y'all, I was amazed that I didn't fly off that cliff and then just slam dunked. I just got slam dunked. Gosh, that's how far this is? Is there any way I can get down faster? There's gotta be a way, yeah? I don't have to go through that shithole again. Oh, guess I do. Never mind. Why'd you just sound like you're from Wisconsin? Well, I'm from the Midwest. Sometimes it really pops out. Okay, I'm getting, like, pretty precariously close. How the fudge? Okay, that guy is so annoying. No, I already came. Okay, I came that way. Oh, these guys are so annoying. Oh my god, I hate this guy. Okay, stop it! I just want to heal! Get away from me! God, these guys are not chill. Fuck. So not chill. And the scorpions. I don't, you know what? I don't even want to fight you. God, fucking hell. I'm just trying to get to Dwayne The Rock Johnson. I don't care about you. Take me to your leader. This is a pacifist run. I do not like those guys with the circular blades. I don't understand. Am I lost? Oh shit, I'm dead. Oh, I'm in this. Okay. Can I jump down? Am I good? Okay. All right. Excuse me. The fuck am I? How am I reopening these doors, dude? I thought I already opened them. Are these different doors? No, I don't remember the snails. Huh! Kill the shiny pot behind you? The shiny pot? I don't see no shiny pot. Oh, shit! Oh, oh, oh. What's up? Oh, shit. Here I am. Why won't this work? Oh, there we go. Okay. Am I good up here? Or, like, what am I doing? Am I just going back? Why did I go back up? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Go back down. Okay. Okay. All right, we're gonna go back down. Okay. Is this where I came, or is this a different? I don't know. I'm freaking lost. I'm so freaking lost. What am I? Okay, I already went through that thing. Where's the wind tunnel? I don't know. The door. Okay, the big door. Where's the big door? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. Alright, there's the slugs. Now we gotta do this. Where am I going, though? I don't get it. Oh, I want to go down. Okay. Okay, so don't jump up. We're going down. I'm going down. Where's this shiny pot? I know the shiny pots have skibbities. Forget the shiny pot. Okay, okay. So we want to go up? No, we don't want to go up. Don't want to go up. God. Oh my God. Okay, so there's something else. I don't see shit in this place. I gotta go up. I gotta go up. Okay, I'm up. I'm up. I'm up. This is the shiny pot, isn't it? No. Oh, yes, I got it. Okay, I got a skibbity. Fuck, wasn't I already here? Am I supposed to be able to get down? Not okay, okay. Not from there. Oh, this guy's gonna be so annoying. Fuck. God damn it! No, I swear if he kills me again. I can't! Heal! Just let me be! Let me go. I have to kill this motherfucker. Ah! Die. Die, asshole. No, I'm dead again. Oh my God, I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end it. Just get me out of this fucking place. I can't beat this guy. I am going to. I have to start all over? No. No. This is pain. This is pain. This is so pain. Death. Death. Ah. Ah. Torture! Okay, let's get it together. Let's get it together. Well, there go my runes. I remember I got down here last time. There's gotta be... Like, can I get in this tree? No? Okay, never mind. Never mind. I thought I could... I don't know what I'm... I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't know. What am I doing? Who knows? Who knows? No answers. Okay, I see the way. Right there. No! Shit! Okay, I didn't mean to do it that time. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Get some water. Let's regroup. All right. Look, the Elden Queen has not played in about a month. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Okay. We're back. We're back. Now, the question is, where? Okay, so there's that place that I was. Here's this place. Do we go through the hole? I can't remember. Is this not right? No. Everyone is so annoying. I'm literally in the hole and I'm surrounded. Okay, you guys, I'm so confused. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Do I go through the hole? The hole? Oh, excuse me. Literally, what the fuck? Okay, I need... So I jump. Okay, jump. Jump. And then here's the other wind hole. Wait, isn't that just gonna take... You guys, I don't get it. Turn around and head left. Is there something that I'm missing? I don't see any. Oh, what's this? Okay, this looks good. This looks good. This is the way. This is the way. Yes. Excellent, excellent. Woo! Okay, we did that. We did that. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Can I upgrade? Anything? Let's see. No. Who's that guy with his hammer? Y'all, that was the hardest part of Elden Ring ever. I'm going down. Look at him standing up there. Looking all stupid. Alright, fucko. Wait. How did he hit me? Oh, okay. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. Dude? Chillax. Oh, God! Oh, shit. Okay. We're back. We're back. What the hell? What is happening? What is that horse? What is that horse? Wait, I thought I killed him. Okay, I didn't. I didn't kill him. He is the horse? He's the horse. Okay. I think I had him down to like 1. No, he's still alive. Fucker. All right, come on. Come on, dick. Okay, I gotta heal. Oh, there's the horse. There's the horse. Oh, shit. Oh, I should have healed one more time. All right, we're just getting back in the swing of things. Don't worry. I got this. This is the one. This is the one. Mini boss. Got a big hammer. It's to compensate. We all know. We all know. Bigger the hammer, the, you know. Come to Papa. God damn it. I hate the camera. Okay. Shit. I'm still not. Okay, I'm not getting his. Oh no, here he comes. Oh boy. Man, I am just like sucking. Okay, there we go. Sucking and fucking. Oh, Jesus. What is that? Come on. Finish him off. Finish him off. Yes. Now, in the back. Stab him. Yes, there we go. There we go. That's how we do it. Devonia's hammer. Okay. Okay. Whew. That's how we do it. Now, assuming we go this way. Yes'm. Her armor is strong, but heavy. Oh? Do I take... Nope. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Whoa. Can they do that? How do they do that? I've never seen them do that before. Am I supposed to... Wait, is that like a boss? No, it's one of those things. They got more moves. I see. Actually, I should probably rest so I can be fully healed up. Okay. Now, where the fuck am I? In this area. there's the tree. So I have to set something on fire, correct? What in the hell? Oh, we got another skibbity. Okay, we got an ash. Whoa! Okay, let me take stock for a second. Oh, I hate those guys. Oh, I hate these guys. I think if I just do this, they can't get me, right? Oh, shit! But this time, they're mad. A new cookbook. Oh! Oh, shit. Fuck me. God damn it. God, oh God. Oh! No! Okay, classic. That rot was fucking me up. All right, let's do it again. We go up, we go up, we go up. Oh. This looks like something. Nice. This guy looks... Whoa. Whoa! Okay. Yo, yo, yo. My guy. Oh, he's got wings. He's a bird man. Do 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 do. Divine bird feathers. This is so pretty here. Oh! Wait. I feel like that's not right to go back in there. It's gotta be something with this, no? Or, let's see, I came this way. Oh, I do need to go in there? God, but I hate these guys. Fuck. Found it. Okay. So we've got a boss in here. Who this? Oh, this fucking guy. Oh, alrighty. Oh, you're rolling. Scarlet Rot. Scarlet Rot. Oh, I was healing. Okay. I don't have a rot talisman. That's the problem. That's the issue. Let's just go again. Let's just figure it out. Let's do it. I'm gonna wait to call Mimic till I can figure out some of... Sorry. Don't kill me. I just need to heal. Wait, why am I not healing? Oh, shit. Fuck. Okay. Ooh, she's... Okay. Alrighty. Ew, it's the sound of her legs. I know. I don't like it. I don't like it. You have boluses you can equip? She is fabulous but horrifying. What's a bolus? The poison cure balls. Oh. Wait, I don't want to use them yet. Okay. Okay. Like, do I call in? Let me do one more time, no mimic. Just get her moves down. Okay, she does that. Shit. Okay, she does double. And then she rolls. Okay. Why am I not hitting her? Okay, literally not hitting her at all. She's just hitting me. Nope, okay. The hitboxes are such ass. We're bringing in Mimic. Okay. I don't even feel that bad because these hitboxes are trash. Good job, Mimic. Mimic, we look so silly going down together. Yes! Oh wait, is that the raw thing? Shit. What's happening? Oh no! Oh god, what are those? Wait, do I have the rot? How do I do this? Okay. Shit. Heal! Heal! Wait, I didn't have the rot? Oh, God. Okay. Okay. Shoot. I thought I had the rot. It will pop. Okay, it'll pop up. It'll pop up. Got it. Oh, that was such a bad run. That was bad. That doesn't count. Dude, my head's kind of hurting a little bit. Hold on. Okay, that didn't count. I know I need my synergy, my mimic synergy. Come on, buddy. We got this. Okay, just going strike, strike, strike. And now we strike. Oh, she struck. Okay, but I don't have the rot yet. We're good. Shit. Oh, no. Heal. Okay, Mimic, you got her. Just gonna keep striking her, Mimic. Good job. Is that the rot? Do I want to get away from that? I don't know. Shit. Okay, so now here come the butterflies. Oh, shit. I have the rot. I have the rot. I have the rot. Shit! Shit, 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 Mimic! Mimic! Heal! Oh, butterflies, butterflies, butterflies. Okay. We got this, we got this. Oh! Shit! Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no! Wait, she can do that? What is that? Oh no, I have the rod again. Fuck. Oh no! Oh. Okay. We're so close. We're so close, you guys. Okay, me and the Mim. Shit, I'm out of boluses. Oh, fuck. Let's go. Swoop. Strike. Strike. Nope. What are you hitting at? What are you hitting at? Oh. Oh, she's got me again. Okay. Probably gonna have the rot. Yep, I got the rot. I gotta heal. Am I not locked? What is going on? This is a bad run. This is bad. Shit. Shit. Oh, God. What am I doing? Where am I going? Get up! Yes! Yes, nice. Oh, these are gonna, oh. How do I avoid those? Oh shit, Mimic. Okay. Oh shit. I have the rot. I have the rot. Oh shit, I'm out. I'm out. Just fight her, fight her, fight her. Shh. Oh God. No! No! No, I tried to roll and I struck. Oh my gosh. Oh, I meant to roll and I struck. Oh, shoot. I felt that one in my heart. I know. Mimic almost finished her. Remember, you exist in the context of all the things you were before. True. Oh, shit. Get out, get out. Heal. Oh, she's such a bitch. Why am I swinging at nothing? Shit, fuck. Shit, fuck. Shit, fuck. God, I'm just like literally swinging at nothing. Okay. Fuck me. Ah! Shit. Okay. Nope, that was literally... What are we doing? I can't see shit. No, that was greed. That was greed. That was greed. Okay, that was totally greed. That was totally greed. That was totally greed. I admit it. I admit it. I admit it. That one was on me. Look, I'm rusty. It's been 2 weeks. The greed is strong with this one. Okay. The greed is strong with this one. We can do this. This is the one. Okay, so. Strike, hit. Get out. I hate that she kind of like moves you a little bit. I am out of stamina. I'm out of stamina. Come on, Mimic. I'm just swinging. No, that's too far. It's too far. Shit. Okay, get out of there. No, shoot. I need a heal. Okay, butterflies. Oh! Yes! Yes, she's so dead. She's so dead. She's dead. I got her. I got her. Woo! Good job, buddy. I'll see you next time. We have become unburdened by what has been. Elder Quan is back. Elder Quan is back, y'all. Ooh, and we've got updates. Yes, yes. Yes. And we can level up. Wait, can I level up one more time? No, but I can do this. Because I know I've got some runes in here. Yes. Boom, baby. Okay. Oh, why am I scratching my butt? Little butt scratch. Burn it. Burn it down. Burn it down. We're burning it down. We're burning it down. I'm going down. Elden Ring is all about burning trees. That doesn't look good. Caps are around 60. Okay. I'm so unburdened by what has been. Whoa, teleport. Ania Elim. Okay. Wait, where's the... Yes, goodbye, goodbye! These guys again. Oh, that guy's jumping. That seems suicidal. Seems... I don't know if I'm supposed to do that. Get busy Elden Ringing or get busy dying. Wait, I am supposed to do that? I don't know. That guy kind of seemed dead. How do I know if I can... How do I trust him? Imagine what can be? I can imagine what can be. And that's death. What is this place? Just stairs that lead to nowhere. Do it trust us? I don't. I don't trust. Let's see. Those stairs led up there. This is like the cleanest place so far in Elden Ring. Let's see this. This goes down. Wait, did I come up that way? No. Wait, did I? No. Everything's kind of blending. Wait, this is the start of the DLC? Why does it look... Is that why it looks familiar? Oh my god, am I just starting all over? Oh, wait, okay. Hold on. Wait. This is after the lion. Oh! Okay, wait. So we came up. So... Okay, there's the thing. So, I want to be up here. The place that I just ran down. Chat, just trust us. Trust us. Okay, so I burned the tree. So we come back in here. Yes, okay. So we go up. I went down, but now I'm going up. Yeah, evil chat. Evil chat. So now we keep going up. the question is, we tried this way? All these staircases lead to nowhere. This looks like something. Ooh, who's that guy? Yikes. The hi, hi. Okay. Cool. Hi. Hi. Classic Elden Ring makes you think you're dead. Oh, there's a lot of these fuckers. Oh. Okay, everyone's just coming. Everyone's coming. Who all wants to die? Everyone's lined up to die. So, like, should I kill this guy? Oh, I'm on fire. No, please don't land on me, sir. Die! Die! Die, sir! Nice! I got a second spear dash, and everyone's dead. Okay, those ones are kind of leaving me alone, so... What's in here? Look, one thing about me, I like to roll. Oh, secret stairs. Ooh. Okay, I gotta find my way up. I see. Let's go this way. Oh! Okay, gotta heal. Hold on, sorry. This guy looks insane! Insane! Huge sword! Please. Ah, I'm jet. Oh my god, dude. Dude. He just sped off. Okay. Fuck. Fuck. Alright. If you were a superhero, who would your arch nemesis be? Lactose man. I don't know. He makes you have diarrhea. I'm just gonna skedat past this guy now. Oh, no. Here I am, back to doing this. Classic. Always doing that. Die. I'm just rolling right into these. Terry, thank you for the 7 months. Come on, just hit his ass. No! Dude, I couldn't even get up. I could not even get up. I hate when they hit you so many times. I hate when they hit you a bunch of times and you can't even get up. How do you have to spam roll? Okay. Haha, that was close. All right, this is the time. Got him. Got him. I had to do shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, that guy didn't move, but he was annoying. Shysta. 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 Oh my god, stop it. Oh my god. Oh dear god. What's a gal supposed to even do about that? What? What? Are you... You just have to get through to the doorway? Fuck. And I asked them nicely to stop. All these people are annoying. Believe in the me that believes in you. I will. Oh, this guy's back? Ugh, no. Fuck you. Fuck off. Maybe pop your butt. Oh, that's smart. Oh my god. You're right. Fuck, I gotta heal. Let me just go. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Yes. Yes. Oh, whew. I just tanked it. Oh, and we get another skibbity. Carved words coalesce. I abandon here all my fears. Fuck yes. That staircase is some bullshit. Hi. It's just... Oh? Okay. Die. Fool. You dare cross me? Oh shit, these birds are everywhere. Oh, fuck. Okay. Well. It's what we call a classic. God, I hate those birds. I hate birds. Alright, here come these other ones. Too far. Great. Oh my god! What am I doing? That was bad. That was not good, but I killed him. Do not die because of gravity. Please. Man, I'm really picking up some spirit ashes here. Right in the back. Mammy left your runes? Fuck it. I don't need no runes. Wait, I came this way. I went up. I killed that thing. Oh, I gotta go this way. Gotta keep going up. Why? That was not even close. Oh, this is not a bird. This is not a bird. Oh. That's a lion thing. Okay. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay. I'm doing some crazy ass things, like trying to kill them from 20,000 meters away. I'm assuming I don't have to kill that guy. I just want to get past. I just want to get past. Just want to get past. God damn it. This is so annoying when you have to do runs like this. Hate you guys. Oh. Ah! Why don't I just use this more? This is the speed run. All right, next death. I'm calling it a night. so don't die. Okay, Jesus H. Christ! Shit, I can't even get up. No, this is bad. Okay, that was, no, I can't go. That was horrible. I can't be pecked to death like that. I can't be pecked to death. You're so close. Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. That is so... maybe I should just kill him like I did the first time. They're kind of hard to outrun. Okay, we're going back to kill. Okay. Great. What was it again? Okay, this lion guy, I'm just gonna skedoot. So there he is. I think I want to go. How do I get up there? Oh, shit! Shit, fuck, fuck, fuck. Fuck! No, no, no. Kill. No, this is so annoying. I'm actually the most annoyed. I'm actually the most annoyed. I just want to get... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I'm so annoyed. He's so irritating. Holy shit. I have to go kill these birds again. Again. And he jumped after my body. He's obsessed. Go. Swear to God. Go. Okay, I gotta heal. And then I'm gonna use this thing. Oh, where'd you come from? Okay, time to lock in. You know what? I'm killing this thing because it's so annoying to me. Yeah, bitch. Oh my god, okay. Please? Fuck me. No, I keep doing this where I keep going to heal and it's not the heal. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it if I can't get past this level. I am gonna fucking lose it, dude. Oh. right, come on, you fucking birds. Okay, what room do I need to go into? That's the question. Lock in, dummy. Okay, let me see. So it's... You faced much harder challenges. Is it up here? Okay. Yeah, that was the bitch way out, but you know what? I don't care. You don't have to fight everyone. Okay, wait, so there's up, and then there's down. What's this? Oh my god, I hate these dudes! Die. Fucking die. Die. Ah. Down leads to faith weapon? Oh, I don't need a faith weapon. I don't need a faith weapon. This is my weapon that I use. She's faithful. Oh, this guy seems annoying. Oh, I guess I've already fought him, yeah? What is that? What is that, Skyrim? No, no. Oh, this is so annoying. No. Do I not have a grace? He's the avatar. I'm sorry. Is this... Oh, is this the beginning? Is this the fucking beginning? You're joking. You're joking. Please, please, please. Okay, I'll get to that grace. I'm tired. You always say it's too hard, then you do it. That's my specialty. I cannot keep killing these stupid ass birds. I can't. No. I can't. I'm okay. All right. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed and I'm doing this tomorrow. I'm doing this tomorrow because I am fucking raging right now. I'm doing this tomorrow. I had to play softball in the morning anyway. I just these goddamn birds. You guys, the birds. The birds. The birds. I can't take it anymore. I'm not fresh. No. Sorry. Let's consider this my first rage quit. And I rage quit at the birds. It wasn't even a boss. It's the birds. Okay, you were here. You all were here. First rage quit. First rage quit. You were here. Holy shit. Alrighty. Okay. I'm gonna send you guys to I'll send you guys to Carter. You were here first rage quit, big night. Yo, I look done with life. I'm pretty wiped. Since I've been back, since Sunday, I've done like 7-hour streams a night, which is a lot for me. Like I said, some people built different. I don't think I'm built different. But I will be live tomorrow. Tomorrow will probs just be chill. We're not going to do like a 5-hour conversation on the abuse of power. a nice debate. Tomorrow will be chill. And then just a reminder, my arch villains, if any of you are in here, but now you're Quantarage. But Will comes back Sunday. He'll be back Sunday night, so he'll probably stream on Monday. So I'm your updater. I recognize that. Will's not that great at updating, but I will update on his behalf. And yeah, that's all she wrote. Good night.